Noel, I'm right here. Noel, you want to be up by me? You could be on a chair. I'm too hot right here. Stop. Mommy said no. Mommy said no. Freaking hot.
Trustee Sorensen, your mic is hot. We can hear you.
Welcome to the May 14th, 2024 regular board meeting for Attachment Unified School District. It's nice seeing a full house. We do have a overflow room in the professional development room, which is take a left, take a right, and down there on your left. Video and audio. And Dr. Romero will be there to guide any of you. She's in the back. Call to order. Roll call, Mrs. Barnes.
President Kaminsky,
Aye.
Vice President Kelly,
Present.
Clerk Wood. Here. Trustee Cooper,
Present.
Trustee DeSorensen,
Present.
Trustee Napier,
Here.
Trustee Sweeney, absent. Superintendent Larson Everson,
Present.
and I'm Deanna Barnes.
Thank you, Mrs. Barnes. Leading us in the flag salute and moment of silent reflection is someone I've known for quite a while, counselor at Jacobson Middle School and a neighbor of mine as well, Aaron Dyer.
Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Everyone please stay standing for a moment of silence. Thank you.
And for the record, we started at 5:03. Thank you, Ms. Dyer. Approval of the agenda. I was asked by
Board
Vice Pres-
President Kaminsky, I apologize for interrupting. I'm hearing that some of our folks at the back of the room are having a little bit of hard time hearing you.
Okay.
So Mr. McKay's got the volume up about as high as it can go, so I don't know if you mind moving your mic a little bit closer?
Not a
Thank you.
problem. Approval of the agenda was requested by Vice President Kelly to remove the, I gotta find it. Under Superintendent, number 1, information item, board discussion, destination imagination. This has been discussed previously at Vice President Kelly's request, and he's requested to be taken off the agenda as it's going to be a long meeting, so I appreciate that. So I'm asking for a motion to approve the agenda, but we are taking off under item 14, Superintendent, information item number 1, board discussion, destination imagination.
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly to approve the agenda without that one item. All in favor, or I'm sorry, roll call vote. Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky,
Aye.
Vice President Kelly,
Aye.
Clerk Wood,
Aye.
Trustee Cooper,
Aye.
Trustee DeSorensen,
Aye.
Trustee Napier,
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney, absent. Thank you.
Let it be noted, Trustee Trustee Sweeney came in at 5:08. We appreciate her efforts getting off work in Bakersfield. Item 3, recognition of capturing kids' hearts student greeters. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. So I'd like to introduce everyone to this evening's greeters. I think most of you met them as they were greeting everyone who arrived to the board meeting tonight. Here in the middle, we have Chloe, and then we have Jeremiah and Josiah, and they were our greeters this evening, all from Cummins Valley Elementary School. They were very energetic. They were a little quiet in their greetings, but energetic nonetheless. And they are helping us this evening to model our Capturing Kids' Hearts program. They did a wonderful job, and they modeled absolutely some poise, enthusiasm, and definitely hospitality. So through our implementation of Capturing Kids' Hearts here in TUSD, we're striving to support our students' development of strong communication skills, self-confidence, and we hope that these three, by joining us this evening, have had the opportunity to sharpen these skills themselves. So at this time, I'd like to invite the trustees to come on up front and shake hands with our greeters and to thank them for their service this evening at our board meeting.
Moving on to item 4, general function. Number 1, recognition of student, staff, community. We have employees of the year, retirees, student recognitions of top academic performers, and then refreshment break. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you. Yes, we have quite a spread over here, over on the tables that is ready for everybody to enjoy for the refreshment break. But we're going to start things off by recognizing our employees of the year and our retirees this year. And then we will move on to recognizing our students. So this evening, it's a really special treat. It is the celebration season of the school year, and we're excited to get to celebrate our staff and our students with you. And once we complete all of the recognitions, we're going to invite everybody to join us in the refreshments. We'll begin the celebrations by congratulating this year's Employees of the Year, and for each honoree, you'll hear a little bit about them, and that will be delivered by their school principal or their supervisor. So honorees, this is the part where I want you to listen. I know you're probably nervous, excited, all those things, and we're going to keep celebrating you. We're celebrating you tonight here at the board meeting, and then we have a dinner on the 28th. But when we call your name, I'd like for you to come up, and you're going to stand from the way that you're facing the podium. You're going to stand to the left, facing the audience, because your principal or your supervisor is going to be standing at the podium delivering their information auditorily to the board. So we'll come and I'll try to jump over there and support you so you don't feel like you're standing there by yourself, but we're here to appreciate and honor you, so just enjoy your moment in the spotlight, we'll call it. Okay, so we're going to get started with Mrs. Markison. Mrs. Markison is going to come up and tell us about her Teacher of the Year out at Cummins Valley, as well as her Employee of the Year. So welcome, Mrs. Markison.
Hello, board. Good evening. Any order? Is it? Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm a little nervous too. Okay, no. I would like to invite Mrs. Haley Sexton to the front, please. Wait, right here, perfect. Facing this way. There you go. So everyone can see you. I can't say enough good things about Mrs. Sexton. She has proven to be extremely dedicated to all of her students, to our staff, and to their families. She diligently considers students' needs and looks for also constant solutions in really non-traditional methods. I have come to trust that Haley is reliable, and she's also another person I can lean on. Beyond the classroom, Mrs. Sexton has also taken upon herself to complete the educational administrative the program with goals of also becoming a school administrator. I look forward to seeing her way of thinking and know that she will be an asset to any team she joins. Haley is warm and also very personable. She holds all of her students to a high standard. She also makes learning really engaging and fun, and she leaves all of us wanting a little more. Her close attention to all of the detail makes it seem really natural, but we all know how much work really goes into it. She is truly also someone that I am glad to know. Can we give a round of applause to Mrs. Haley Sexton? Oh, I'm coming too? Oh, okay. Come this way. Okay, I would now like to invite Mrs. Jen Frender to the front. She is our clerk in our school office. Mrs. Frender joined our staff in 2022. However, she has been a part of our school for much longer than that. She has always proven to be a total asset to our school as well as our front office team. Although Mrs. Frender is kind of new to her position in the school office, she consistently proves to be a really fast learner and also someone who isn't afraid to ask a lot of questions, and she often will challenge herself to learn more. She's also extremely reliable. Before her position as the clerk at our school, she has served our school for nearly 10 years. And before that, she served as a parent at our school, so a long time. Her loyalty and the commitment to our school is unmatched. In the short time I have known Jen, I have observed her to be kind and also thoughtful, and often going out of her way to help and serve others. Her warm smile immediately puts everyone at ease, and she makes an effort in every situation to always like find a way to solve the problems. She is a joy to be around, and she really is a light in our school. Can we all give a big round of applause to Mrs. Frender?
Okay, I'd like to now welcome Mrs. Bailey, principal of Golden Hills Elementary, up to tell us about her Employees of the Year.
Good evening, Superintendent Larson Everson and members of the board. I will first invite Chris Duff up to the podium. So I don't know another teacher on the planet that is more dedicated than this person right here. So she uses every single moment, and when I say every single moment, I mean every single one, every single moment of the day to help students make individual progress on their IEP goals, and they make incredible progress in their class. She really knows her students. She knows them like no one else. She knows their strengths and their needs, and she helps every student to reach their full potential. She works with the amazing team in her classroom to create a positive and student-centered learning environment. You walk in, they are just busy bees in there. Chris is on her game every day. She gives 120% to her students no matter what. She shows professionalism at all times and is one of the most conscientious and hardworking teachers I've ever known. Chris is an inspiration to me personally. Like, I can't have a bad day because she's on her game like I have to be on my game. So we are super fortunate to have her on our teaching team at Golden Hills. All right, and now I have the honor of inviting Gail Purdy up to the podium. So Gail has been our school nurse for a long time, all of my years at Golden Hills, and you know, her line for Band-Aids is out the door because the kids just love Gail. She is 100% student-centered. She gives her time, attention, patience, nurturing, and care to our students. She is a comfort to students when they are sick and hurt and is kind to them at all times. She genuinely cares about each one of our students and takes the time that is needed to give them the best care possible. She is humble, hardworking, and dedicated to our staff, students, and their families. Gail is a blessing and a treasure to our school and our school district.
Okay, I'd like to invite Mrs. Ray, principal from Tompkins Elementary, to introduce Employees of the Year from Tompkins to us.
Good evening, board. First, I would like to start with Mrs. Wendy DiUlio, Tompkins Teacher of the Year. Some of you probably know her as Murray, but it's DiUlio now. So Wendy goes above and beyond in all she does. She is actively involved in ASB, family nights, leadership, etc., and she teaches all day. Wendy is masterful at meeting students where they are and moving them forward using her vast repertoire of engagement strategies. She is dedicated to improving all students, not just her own classroom. Wendy begins and ends each day with a positive attitude, usually in my office, bouncing off ideas. What can we do next? And a smile. Students and staff adore her, and Tompkins is blessed to have Wendy on our team. Congratulations, Wendy. And our classified employee of the year is Matt Resendez. Do you want me to just read it? Okay. So Matt has been at Tompkins for 8 years and the lead custodian for the past 2 years. In the nomination that he received, this is what a person wrote about him, and I thought it was really precise. He consistently goes above and beyond his duties, ensuring that our workspace is clean, organized, and safe for everyone. He shows great attention to detail in his work, tackling even the most challenging tasks enthusiastically and efficiently. In addition to Matt's exceptional work performance, he is reliable and professional. Matt is a true asset to the Tompkins family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ray. And now I'd like to introduce Mr. Eric Lowe from Jacobson Middle School.
All right, I'm going to start by talking about Nadine Mesqua. I think she's not here today, but I'm going to tell you all about her. She is here. Never mind, she's here. All right, this is Nadine, and she is an 8th grade math teacher at Jacobson Middle School. Nadine works hard to create a positive environment and create a positive attitude for our students, and she cares for teachers, staff, and students. This year, the math department has been piloting a new curriculum and navigating the new state standards. Nadine has been helping the students and their support systems at home to navigate new ways to approach math. She has been a great resource and help for many teachers and students at JMS by mentoring, tutoring, and providing ideas on how to approach a lesson. She is continually finding new ways to engage students and provide resources online and in Canvas for students, parents and guardians, and teachers to use. She continues to learn herself, and she strives to perfect the art of teaching. Nadine is also very interested in the students around the campus. She is involved in and organizes field trips and student activities on campus like Spooktacular, student clubs, and making herself available for dances. She also opens her doors to the students during lunch to provide a safe place. Nadine is always looking for ways to help others. She is a positive influence and a leader at Jacobson Middle School. And next we have Ellen Anderson. Before I get started, I just want you to know Ellen is the best. So while I'm talking, I just want everybody to be thinking, wow, she's the best. Okay. So, Ellen, as the principal's secretary, Ellen has one of the most demanding responsibilities at JMS. Ellen is extremely professional and caring and is our office leader. She also provides the stability and positivity in the environment that is so needed by our school and our students. She is very supportive of all things Jacobson. Anyone, staff or students, who walk up to Ellen's desk is greeted with a contagious smile and an offer of assistance. However, I will say, if she offers you chips, say no thank you. Ellen has been such a great asset for JMS. No project is ever too big or too small. Ellen knows how to gently take charge and make things happen. I've never felt like I was putting her to any inconvenience when I've asked her for help. Ellen is always ready to support all students and all staff. She deals with everyone fairly and kindly and with a great sense of humor. So our classified person of the year.
Now let's welcome Principal of Tehachapi High School in Monroe, Miss Christy Libatique. first have the honor of welcoming Mr. Steve Hansen, Teacher of the Year. So Mr. Hansen has been teaching for 34 years. He got his first job at THS in 1990, and he has been here ever since. Steve says that the best part of his job is being honored and trusted with the responsibility of teaching the students in his classes. Quote from him, "Each student's name on my roster means another time I've been lucky enough for our paths to cross. Out of all the millions of students and teachers in this world, I've been lucky enough to have some of them find themselves in my classroom." Colleagues say Mr. Hansen is the most enthusiastic teacher I've met, and it's true. He can naturally captivate any audience, and his students benefit from his kind, thoughtful nature and overall demeanor. So a little anecdote, when I first started working at THS, I'm going around to classrooms. I walk into Mr. Hansen's room for what's supposed to be like a couple-minute pop-in, and then the bell rings, and I've been in there for like 45 minutes because he's reading Frankenstein. Everybody has a tea light out. I got so captivated that I forgot to move on. So, and that is exactly who Mr. Hansen is. And now I have the honor of introducing Mrs. Lisa Dock. She is our Classified Employee of the Year. I don't see her. Lisa has been with TUSD for over 29 years. She first started as a campus supervisor and then transitioned, and this is a direct quote from her nomination, to one of the best cafeteria workers we know. Lisa is friendly and outgoing. She has a great deal of patience. She works wonderfully with our workability students. Our workability students share how much they enjoy working with Lisa in the cafeteria. She is a positive influence on all the students that she serves. Thank you, Lisa, for your service.
Thank you, Mrs. Libatique. And now let's welcome Dr. Porter to tell us about our Tehachapi Independent Learning Academy Employees of the Year.
Okay, Mrs. Cherini, where are you? Okay, Mrs. Cherini serves as a TILA, TKK, and first grade teacher. That alone deserves an award. She is an excellent teacher who makes each of her students feel like they are an important part of our TILA family. Mrs. Cherini has been a teacher for 39 years, 36 of those years with TUSD. Interestingly, her mom was a teacher and received the Teacher of the Year award at the same age and is being honored as Teacher of the Year. She has taught students who currently work for TUSD, such as THS teacher Amy Watkins and THS counselor Matt Sturck. When you walk into Mrs. Cherini's classroom, besides a bright, welcoming environment, you will see happy students working in small groups, discussing stories, solving math problems, and conducting science experiments. During Enrichment Fridays, Mrs. Cherini's class creates amazing art projects and sometimes plays musical instruments. Her students love learning. In addition to her instructional expertise, Mrs. Cherini goes above and beyond to make TILA a special school. Mrs. Cherini keeps our office, staff lounge, and bathrooms looking spectacular with her decorating skills. Not surprisingly, for her 50th birthday, Mrs. Cherini donated a kidney to a local resident. Such an act of giving and kindness defines her. Mrs. Cherini is a true asset to TILA, and it is no surprise that she was nominated as the TUSD Teacher of the Year. Okay, Miss Mary. Mrs. Mary Martinez goes above and beyond when it comes to her work performance. When people come into TILA, Mary is the first happy face they see. Her welcoming smile, positive attitude, and working knowledge of TILA are truly what families experience when they talk to Mary. Miss Mary is over-the-top patient with them as she answers their questions, copies paperwork for them, as well as contacts other schools for records. Mary is a team player when it comes to fostering school community involvement. Her knowledge of the various TILA programs, classic and blended, are bar none. Parents and staff feel comfortable seeking help and getting answers from Mrs. Martinez. Her commitment to TILA started early in the summer of 2022 as she helped create a brightly colored environment for students, staff, and families. Her hard work and dedication throughout the summer and into the school year make her a valuable asset to TILA's leadership as she continues to work diligently. She also has a great sense of humor. Nothing can top her running around in a cotton candy costume at our circus-themed open house. Mrs. Martinez has held various positions in TUSD, from daycare coordinator to working at the DO and now at TILA. She has a skill set that many will never achieve. Mrs. Martinez truly keeps TILA running smoothly and is loved by our staff and TILA families.
Well, you know she stole you from me. I have not forgotten that. Okay, so you met them earlier, but I would like to invite our fabulous TUSD Teacher of the Year, Miss Ann Chirini, to come up front again, as well as our amazing TUSD Classified Employee of the Year, Miss Gail Purdy. Come on up. Pardon, I'd also like to invite the board to come forward from behind the dais and take a photo with our two superstars here.
You give me a hug too. Okay, now we're going to be moving on to our retirees. So let's give one more round of applause to our Employees of the Year. In talking about our retirees, these moments are always bittersweet, as while we certainly are happy for our team members who are entering retirement, and we wish them much happiness and joy, we're definitely sad to see them go. For each retiree, you'll hear a little bit about them from our administrative team. And retirees, you're going to follow the same pattern that we did with our Employees of the Year, as we'll invite you to come up and stand to the left of the podium while we say some amazing things about you and reminisce a little bit. So we're going to start this evening with inviting Mrs. Bailey up to the podium, and she is going to introduce us to Linda Jones.
Good evening again. So I was just told that Linda is not here this evening, but I want to talk about her and brag about her all the same. So Linda served as a teacher for TUSD for 11 years and at Golden Hills Elementary for many of those years. Prior to becoming a teacher, Linda helped students learn as a classified employee. She was a Title I reading teacher. Linda was a dedicated and conscientious teacher and a valued member of the second grade team at Golden Hills. She held high expectations for her students, which helped them to achieve their full potentials in her classroom. While Linda retired from her career as a teacher early this school year, she will always be a member of our Golden Hills family. Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Lowe up to the podium to talk to us about Heather Barnes.
All right, so Heather Barnes is retiring. After serving almost 40 years in the teaching profession, Heather got her first job teaching in 1985, teaching science in Frederick County, Maryland. Heather started with TUSD in 2006. Her first work was as a long-term substitute in Darcy Hubbard's classroom. Then she got a position as the computer and careers teacher at JMS, and then moved on to a position teaching computers and earth science. Heather spent the next several years teaching all science and all elective classes at TILA before returning to JMS to teach 8th grade science. As a teacher, Heather has been dedicated to the betterment of everyone on our campus. She loves 8th graders and how they can quickly flip from being silly to being serious. She loves that they are still curious, and she enjoys watching them grow. Heather has been a great mentor and advocate for her fellow teachers. She will be missed, but we hope she enjoys her next adventures. Ophelia, come on down. Ophelia Escoto started with the Tehachapi Unified School District in 2004. Her first jobs were substituting as a secretary at Monroe, working in the kitchen, and doing yard duty. She was hired on permanently in 2006 as a health clerk, and she has performed that job at all TUSD campuses. Ophelia says that working for TUSD has been a pleasure, and that when you love your job, it's not actually work. She is proud of the fact that all of her children went through the Tehachapi Unified School District and that they all moved on to college and then started careers in engineering and nursing. We hope she enjoys retirement.
Ms. Levitique.
Didn't want anybody looking at me while I was walking, so I tried to do it early. So my first retiree is Deb Waite. Deb retired actually at the beginning of this school year. Deb taught at THS for 17 years. She loved, like, capital LOVED geometry. Colleagues say, and I quote, Deb Waite, my friend, a great teacher of math and life skills too. She has inspired many to be better than they ever thought they could be. Thank you, Deb Waite, for your service to THS. And now I have the pleasure of announcing Ann Frias. Ann has been a special education para for THS for 10 years. She says that the best part of her job is to be a part of the high school experience for our students, so they all have the best opportunities available to them at THS. Her colleagues say, Miss Annie is the kindest and sweetest human I have ever met. We're all truly better for knowing her and having her in our room these past years. Thank you, Ann, for your service to THS, and enjoy your retirement. And we will miss your greetings in the crosswalk.
Okay, Mr. Antasari is going to share our final retiree with us this evening.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to talk to you about Mr. James Herbst. So after faithfully serving as a school bus driver since 2015, our beloved Jim Herbst is retiring. He began his journey behind the wheel of a school bus in Louisiana after retiring from General Motors. Beyond his role, he became a cherished friend to the department, known for his great sense of humor and unwavering support for our students and staff at the Transportation Department. We'll miss him dearly as he embarks on his new chapter. We wish him well, happiness, and relaxation for a well-deserved and well-earned retirement.
So at this time, we'd like to give best wishes to all of our retirees. And as a reminder, we'll be celebrating our Employees of the Year and retirees once more later this month at our special dinner on the 28th. And we look forward to continuing the celebrations that evening. Let's give them all one more round of applause. So at this time, we've already done a lot of celebrating, but we're not done yet. We have more to do, and we will be recognizing some outstanding students. I'm going to invite our Chief Administrator of Instructional Services, Mrs. Andrea Paxton, to come up and tell us a little bit about the student achievements that we're going to recognize this evening. Mrs. Paxton.
Good evening. So if we could go to the next slide. So annually, our students throughout California. Sure. Annually, all students in California in grades 3 through 8th and grade 11 participate in state testing. Information gained through CASP testing is used by the district, schools, students, and parents to measure student progress. This data helps the district and school sites to identify areas of success and identify areas of needs. And our students are currently just finishing up their state testing for this year. So a couple years ago, we started doing, we're trying to change the culture around state testing. So we wanted to provide some motivation for students and then also provide some incentives. So instructional services and site administrators go into classrooms and participate in a goal-setting activity with students. We review their last year's scores with them and talk about what that score means. And it's interesting because many students are not familiar with what that score means and how they ever did on state testing. So that has definitely been a worthwhile activity. And then also, we want to make testing fun for students because it is rigorous. So just by completing the test, we have raffle prizes, and last year we brought an ice cream truck. This year we have an ice cream cart because we want to celebrate, yay, you got done with this test, and let's all celebrate together. And then we have some rewards for our students that showed that they grew tremendously from their previous year's test, or that they are a top performer. So for prizes, for our 11th graders, we give them Apple MacBooks because we want them to have the tools that they need in order to continue their education or career after high school. And then the rest of our students are treated to AirPod Pros. And it's always really fun to go into the classrooms because they never think that they're going to be the winners. They're always really surprised. And then also a couple other exciting prizes is we have tickets to the Dinatorium that we're giving to students so that they can have a pool day with their friends during the summer, and that's for students that had a 10% growth or scored a 3 or 4 on CASP. And then for our 11th graders, we are paying for their grad night ticket. So. Okay, if we can go to the next slide. So at this time, we're going to announce our winners.
Yes, at this time, we'll be calling each student up by name. And students, when your name is called, please come forward. You'll be congratulated by our board members, and we'll take a photo. And of course, we'll all be giving you a big round of applause. So trustees, I will invite you at this time to come up front so that we can begin our student recognitions. All right, everybody looks ready, so we're going to start by recognizing our honorees from Cummins Valley, and we'll start with Donico Brooks for a high math score. Congratulations, Donico. Congratulations, Donico. Next, I'd like to invite Avery Decor for a high ELA score. Congratulations, Avery. Congratulations, Avery. Next up for high score is Emma Culpepper. Congratulations, Emma. Congratulations, Emma. And now we'll invite up Angel Molina for the most growth, 202 points of growth. Congratulations, Angel. And once again, our Cummins Valley honorees this evening are Donico, Avery, Emma, and Angel. Congratulations to you all. Okay, we're going to move on to our Golden Hills students, and we're going to start with high math score, Maxton Carrillo. Congratulations, Maxton. Next up, for the highest ELA score for Golden Hills is Violet Nyblad. Violet, congratulations. All right, we're going to move on to Aurelia Nichols. Aurelia, congratulations on your high score. Congratulations, Aurelia. And finally, from Golden Hills, congratulations to Joel Reyes, who demonstrated the most growth with 257 points of an increase. Congratulations, Joel. One more time, congratulations to all of our Golden Hills students, Maxton, Violet, Aurelia, and Joel. Okay, now we're moving on to Tompkins Elementary, and please help me in congratulating Nathaniel Wooford for a high ELA score. Congratulations, Nathaniel. Next up, let's recognize Carter Duke for a math high score. Congratulations, Carter. Congratulations, Carter. We're now going to recognize Everett DeVore for high score. Congratulations, Everett. Congratulations, Everett. And now for the most growth at Tompkins Elementary, please help me congratulate Gabriela Aviles, 162 points increase. Congratulations, Gabriella. Once again, congratulations to all of our Tompkins awardees this evening, Nathaniel, Carter, Everett, and Gabriella. Great job. Now moving on to Jacobson Middle School, we're going to congratulate Declan Maupin Hill, who got a high score with a perfect score in ELA and and mathematics. Congratulations, Declan. All right, now let's welcome Haley Zavala, who demonstrated the most growth with an increase of 219 points. Congratulations, Haley. Okay, now let's welcome Grace McLemore for a high score. Congratulations, Grace. Congratulations, Grace. All right, now let's congratulate Braden Cias for the most growth with also an increase of 219 points. Congratulations, Braden. Congratulations, Braden. Now let's welcome James Mangelsdorf for high score. Congratulations, James. Congratulations, James. And now Rihanna Perez for the most growth with an increase of 196 points. Congratulations, Rihanna. Okay, let's once again give an applause for all of our Jacobson Middle School honorees this evening: Declan, Haley, Grace, Braden, James, and Rihanna. And now we're going to wrap it up with Tehachapi High School, and beginning with Hannah Morris, who demonstrated the most growth of 192 points. Congratulations, Hannah. Congratulations, Hannah. Now let's welcome Lillian O'Brien and congratulate Lillian for the high score. Congratulations. Congratulations, Lillian. And now demonstrating the most growth for Tehachapi High School with an increase of 253 points, Logan Lux. Logan. And finally, Kylie Steele for a high score. Congratulations, Kylie. Congratulations once again to Hannah, Lillian, Logan, and Kylie, all from Tehachapi High School. And trustees, if you'd like to join me back here at the dais, we all want to congratulate once again our students who were recognized this evening. Students, we're very, very proud of you, and we look forward to seeing your future accomplishments. Let's give them all one more round of applause. So at this time, I will turn it back over to Board President Kaminsky, who will lead us forward to the refreshment break.
Sure. We'll be taking a 10-minute break here at 6:06. Thank you and congratulations again. All right, if you folks just give me 2 minutes to go into closed session, you can resume your social time while we go to closed session.
Should I go there
Opening
now?
Meeting at 6:18. Yes, Trustee Drew Sorensen, go ahead and go.
Thank you.
So we are going to close session. And are there any public comments on closed session in regards to item number 6.1, hearing to consider expulsion of a pupil, Education Code Sections 48917 and 48918, student case number 2023, 2024, number 6. Any public comments regarding that? Seeing none, we're going to close session at 6:19. We are reconvening to open session at 6:55, and our report out of action taken in closed session. We had a hearing to consider expulsion of pupil education code sections 48917 and 48918, student case number 2023-2024, number 6. The Board of Trustees of the Tehachapi Unified School District, after having reviewed the evidence presented to the board on May 14th, 2024, finds and orders as follows. Student number 6 is hereby expelled from the Tehachapi Unified School District. The expulsion is suspended for the period of May 14th through June 7th, 2024. It was Trustee Napier made the motion and was seconded by Trustee Cooper. And we need a roll call vote, please, Mrs. Barnes.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Du Sorensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0. General function, superintendent update. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The room is cleared out considerably. It's nice to celebrate with students and staff. I want to once more thank our greeters. If you can go on to the next slide, Mr. McKay. Our students were from Cummins Valley, and the students that you see up on the slide there are from Tompkins, and they joined us at the last meeting, and I think it's just a breath of fresh air to have students here. These were a little bit quiet out in the hallway, but they were still trying to shake hands and welcome everybody to the board meeting, so it was nice to see. All right, I have a few hoorays to share this evening, and we'll start with Dr. Porter.
Okay. TILA is excited to showcase their new logo. As a new alternative school, TILA students submitted suggestions and voted on a mascot. The fox won the mascot vote. We then needed a name for our fox, so we voted again, and our mascot became Fiona Fox. To make TILA an official school, we had to update our logo to include Fiona Fox. So I'm proud to introduce our new TILA logo with Fiona Fox front and center. Thank you.
Hooray! Thank you, Dr. Porter. Next up, Ms. Libatique.
Bakersfield Police Department presented a Life Interrupted assembly. For those of you who know Steve Denman, his son works for BPD, and they offered to bring this program here. Our department just doesn't quite have that. So Officer Anthony Kidwell presented the information and stories. They brought a car that was in a wreck that the students could look at. The content was very heavy, but it was also very appropriate right before prom to make sure that we all know the dangers of intoxicated driving, and they were very clear to share with students that it is not just alcohol. And so it was a really great assembly.
Hooray. Thank you, Ms. Libatique. Mrs. Ray.
You caught me off guard. I didn't know it was me next. That's okay. So on April 10th, Tompkins held our very first family art night. It was organized by our learning director, the fabulous Mrs. Fiskus. Each teacher selected an artist or a theme to feature with the students' incredible pieces. It was a fun night with art, refreshments, and pure fun for the students and families. There was a popcorn bar, so the students loved that, of course. It was really nice to see the pride and joy on the faces of our Tigers as they shared their artwork, and it was just a priceless moment. So I just want to thank Mrs. Fiskus for organizing this wonderful family event.
Hooray. Thank you, Mrs. Ray. And Mrs. Paxton for instructional services.
Okay, on Tuesday, April 20th, TUSD held our second EL showcase, academic showcase at the Tehachapi High School. And we had families all across the district come and view their students' work. Schools worked very hard to get all of that work together, get it off the walls, bring it over to THS, and we had a good turnout. So we hope to continue this tradition next year.
Hooray. Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. Mrs. Bailey.
All right. On the evening of April 10th, we hosted our second annual math night. We had many students and their families attend and enjoy pizza, salad, and cookies. And then after having dinner, students and their families engaged in applying mathematics to play games and solve tasks. They engaged in discussion around math and strategies and finding and applying patterns and structures within math. Our fabulous learning director, Jen Carr, added on to the games and activities we had available last year to make it new and fresh, and it was a wonderful evening of learning and fun.
Hooray. Thank you, Mrs. Bailey. Mr. Lowe.
All right, so as we close in on the end of the year, I just want to thank all the people, teachers, parents, staff, district personnel, students, and community members who have worked hard to show kindness to the students at Jacobson Middle School, and thank you for providing them with new opportunities and helping them strive to be their greatest in their potential. So on the picture there is some of our unicyclists. And that's Hunter Hughes and Bentley Hecht. They've gone on to more advanced unicycle riding with the tall giraffe unicycles. And we have a couple others who have also braved those and are doing well, one of which is actually Talon Napier. So there you go.
Hooray. Thank you, Mr. Lowe. All right, so last week throughout TUSD, we celebrated our certificated team members in honor of Teacher Appreciation Week. And staff lounges were full of yummy treats, celebratory themes, and a lot of laughter. You can see from the pictures up there, we had a few superheroes floating around, and some staff really got into the posing, let me just say, but a lot of fun was had. Mr. Intezari, Dr. Romero, Mrs. Paxton, and I visited each school to thank our teachers face-to-face for all that they do. And again, you can see that we had a superhero theme. And 2USD teachers are like superheroes because they have the power to inspire, educate, and empower young minds, shaping our future generation. And just like superheroes, they often go above and beyond to make a difference in our students' lives. And I want to take this opportunity to once again thank all of our TUSD teachers for all they do and let them know how much we appreciate them. Hooray! So kind of along those lines, in connection with teacher appreciation, I was struck because I went to Golden Hills last week to attend a special kindergarten performance. I was invited by Mrs. Williams and Mrs. Juergens, and they had a very hoppy performance. It was fantastic, and the students were absolutely amazing. It was a 23-minute show with lots of different speaking parts, singing parts, a lot of academic language. I was really impressed by how every student had an important role and had something to do. There were multiple props, and the students were absolutely just having the best time. And as a former kindergarten and first grade teacher myself, I know how much work it is to put on something like this, and it was really clear in being there how much hard work went into every detail of the production. And while this is just an example of how our TUSD superheroes show their amazingness at the kindergarten level, I know that this amount of effort and professionalism is reflective of our whole team of teachers. So kudos once again to all of our teachers. Hooray! And now, not to forget our classified employees. Our Classified Employee Appreciation Week is coming up next week, the week of the 20th through the 24th. And we're looking forward to celebrating them as well. Our classified team members are indeed real superheroes to us, and we look forward to celebrating them and visiting schools and departments next week. And we'll have some laughs and some treats along with them as well, and I look forward to that, as well as does our cabinet. Hooray! Okay, I want to talk to you just for a minute about Kern County Education Champions. On Tuesday, May 7th, Dr. Porter and I had the pleasure of accompanying TUSD's Fabulous Teacher of the Year, Ann Cherini, to the countywide celebration, Education Champions of the Year. Not only were we proud to have Mrs. Cherini represent TUSD, but we also enjoyed the celebration along with her son Luke and her husband Mike. And they were really proud of her. We were proud of her. It was a really nice evening, and we just want to say, once again, congratulations to Mrs. Cherini. Hooray. Hooray. You guys are into the hoorays tonight. Wow. All right, on to our sports update. So I have a lot of sports updates to provide this evening, beginning with earlier this month. THS had a signing ceremony for 2 athletes who've committed to playing a sport at a 4-year university. Reagan Rodriguez has signed her letter of intent to swim at Colorado State University, Pueblo. And Hannah Tree has committed to playing soccer at the University of Health Sciences and Pharmacy in St. Louis, Missouri. Both athletes not only excel in their sport, but they have high academic GPAs. Really, congratulations to both of these athletes. Hooray. We have a swimming update as well. Both boys and girls swim were South Yosemite League Mountain League champions. Many swimmers were CIF D1 qualifiers and swam in the Clovis meet on May 3rd and 4th. For boys tennis, currently boys tennis has completed the team portion of the season matches, finishing the year with a total of 7 wins and 11 losses. All the boys performed well at the individual league playoffs, but 2 outplayed all the others, securing their places to represent the South Yosemite Mountain League at area playoffs, and they are James Adamson and Calvin Hibbard. And then for softball, varsity softball has clinched the league title and are currently undefeated in league play. The varsity team has dominated their league and is ready for CIF competition. Varsity is 12-0 in league play, and they are on a 15-game winning streak. 15 games. Their overall record is 18-6. And then for JV, they've enjoyed a good season and shown a lot of progress. The last 2 games against West and North, they took wins, and they're looking forward to another strong season next year. With regard to baseball and the end of league play, the THS Best Baseball program did something that hasn't been done in Warrior baseball history, as far as anybody can recall, and that's by going undefeated in league play at all 3 levels. That means for Frosh Soft, JV, and varsity, they all went undefeated for league play. Varsity and JV baseball finished out their regular season. With last week's win, the Varsity Warriors won their 20th game of the season and have recorded back-to-back 20-win seasons for only the 2nd time in school history. Congratulations to Warrior baseball, and all 3 levels are South Yosemite League champions. Now finally, hooray, yes, for boys golf took back-to-back league championships this season. The team did well with 4 golfers named as league top 10 athletes. So congratulations to all of our Warrior athletes. We're proud of you, and we can't wait to see what happens next year. All right, moving on to Open House Parent Night at camp last Thursday on May 9th. Our amazing instructional services team hosted our very first open house parent night at camp. Parents from Golden Hills, Tompkins, and Cummins Valley attended. The weather was absolutely beautiful up there that night. It wasn't cold, believe it or not. It was just stunning, and the scenery was beautiful. The students and their parents were completely engaged in the activities. They did some rock painting. They went on a hike. They played games. I think you can see our PE teacher Dan up there kind of in the background, but they had a great time. I got to talk with some of the parents, and they were just, many of them had never been up there to Mountain Park, and they really enjoyed not only seeing what some of the things that the kids have been participating in when they go to camp, but also getting to do those activities with their children. So once again, just want to thank Instructional Services and say thank you to all those attended. It was a really happy event. Yeah. So capturing kids' hearts, the theme for April is integrity, and integrity boils down to honesty and sincerity. And when we live with integrity, it means that we're striving to be honest and achieve excellence. So why we might want to focus on integrity? Well, It's something that we want to instill in our students. And it comes down to that we want to do the right thing, and we want our students to do the right thing, no matter who's watching. So adults, we encourage you to talk to your students about and model behavior traits and attitudes that demonstrate integrity. You might consider having some conversations about what it means to be true to yourself as well as true to others, and what could be the impact, for example, is if you break a promise to someone, or what about apologizing to a person that your behavior may have impacted? How would that person feel? How would you feel? And how does not keeping your word impact your integrity? So all of these are conversations I would encourage adults to have with either their own children or with their students. And we're going to continue here in TUSD to implement and model capturing kids' hearts with fidelity and continue to build those trusting and connected relationships with our students. Okay, here's your enrollment report. This is for week 35, which ended on May 3rd. And you can see on the left-hand column are our enrollment numbers for week 35 from 22-23. And then on the right are the numbers for 23-24. And go down to the bottom, you'll see that notation in red that we're actually down. I think this is the first time all year that we're actually down 24 students when comparing this year from last year. We'll go on to attendance. Attendance is still looking pretty good. That top line up there in blue, that is for 23-24 for each school site. You'll see for week 34, which ended on April 25th, we were at a 93.45% positive attendance. And for the same week last year, we were at 91.77, so there's some improvement there. Our year-to-date number for attendance is 92.13, and that compares with last year where we were at 91.35. So once again, it's something that we want to continue to work at and improve, and hopefully we'll continue to see those numbers go up. And now I want to turn your attention to the beautiful bulletin boards in the room. These were designed by Cummins Valley Elementary, and at this time I'll welcome Principal Markison to talk to us about what's happening at Cummins Valley and what they have up on their boards.
I just wanted to lighten the mood before I got started. So, good evening, Superintendent and Board. Once again, my name is Taylor Marquison. I am the principal over at Cummings Valley. We do have our slideshow here. So, our theme this year, just in case you didn't notice, is we are out of this world. So, space theme. We will be having the update for next year, where we're going to dive into learning. So, that will be coming soon. So in the effort to do all things with also like capturing kids' hearts, I wanted to start with a quote. This is to also be kind whenever possible. It is always possible it's a really, really good reminder to be kind. And then our staff here, so like I said, we get really into our themes out at Cummings Valley. So for our Halloween we do this like little parade for the kids, but even the staff gets really into it as well. So we all had a nice picture. So we actually have aliens, and we had like a skeleton. I don't really know where that came from, but it was fun anyway. And all kinds of stuff to just really get in the spirit of out of this world, and all of like the kids seem to enjoy it too. And then all of our kids also joined in with us. So we do something each month. It's actually called Cool Cougars, and we get to honor all of our students. And we made a slight adjustment to match that up with capturing kids' hearts. So each month we're really learning about what it means to have patience, or also like integrity, so that they're really understanding and learning also like a piece of that. And then we'd like to just do things throughout the year with our student council just to keep school culture really positive for students and staff alike. We have also been given the opportunity to do more and more also family nights with our families and our staff. And so we've also been able to partner with our amazing PTO and really building a lot of growth and a lot of ownership with our PTO, and really they're just really getting involved and like seem to really be enjoying our school and the students. We also just have some pictures of our staff and families, and then in the top right corner, we also have our playground pals, which is our like older kids get to partner with our younger kids, and also really learning how to like behave, but then also how to learn how to be a friend, and that seems to be really positive, and the older kids seem to really enjoy it as well. And just as like a brief snippet of what is happening at our school, we are working with our district, obviously, to really further our like MTSS plan at our school, and also a partnership with the district, and really making sure that everything really comes together really beautifully. And we're just working on those. We have a lot of plans always in motion and making those happen. But it's really exciting to kind of look back now and see where we have been able to come over the last year. We're also really pumped about having an amazing like burst tutor program with all of our students, and then using that to partner with our SSTs to make sure that we're going to close those gaps for our students. And then for the school tutoring, we're averaging about like 40 students each morning to come in and get that time with our teachers. And then finally, really maximizing our time with also Pump It Up, and then early dismissal time for all of our teachers to be looking at the data, and then being able to just have time to talk, and also like lesson plan and grow as a team, so that we can be able to serve all of our students well. Another piece that are really learning to like truly embrace is our like, capturing kids' hearts, and one part of that is to get all of like the feedback from staff, and then also students and all of our families. And so this is just a little picture of our staff looking over that data from those surveys, and really learning about, okay, the areas that we're doing really well in, and then the areas that we need to kind of give a little bit more like, focus to and grow. One of our strengths, I'm really proud to report, is also like student and then a teacher relationships. It's a really strong point in our school. And then another point to note is students feel that they're being listened to, and then student-to-student relationships, and then being able to also build relationships. So these are things that I would just wanted to note as they either hit the actual baseline for the national surveys, or they're just below that. So we're really working to make sure that everybody feels that they're a part of our school community. And iReady, another huge piece of our data, and I had my notes. Sorry about that. So we are using iReady, but I wanted to also share Kids is a really great piece that we're able to maximize data and to see a really like quick snapshot. And one like notable thing for ELA and math is that we have made progress in every area. So this is something that we're really proud of, that I can also share with the staff. So at these times of the year where it gets a little grueling and we're working through, we are really making a difference in our students' lives. And then I shared earlier this year about having our new like arcade. We were also in also partnership with the district and able to use this as a way to fully like incentivize
iReady. So we also have staff that used it. They really seem to enjoy it. But then we also have kids that are clamoring to get into the arcade. So really exciting. I often ask kids like what games they want. So just in our mind, kind of things that we can be bringing in the years to come to really keep it interesting. And so again, to kind of launch away for this part, I thought this was just kind of fun as an out of this world, that it is also kind of fun to do the impossible. So the things that we think might not be in our reach, if we work and we try and we fight for it, it is within our reach. So that ends our presentation for this evening for Also Cummings Valley. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Markson. All right, so our next slide is just going over upcoming dates and events. There's a lot that's listed there, given the time of year that it is. Wait for Mr. McKay to get that up for you. It's okay. So a few dates that I will point out to you, because there's a lot that's going on. Later this week, we've got a Facilities Advisory Committee meeting, and pretty much there's something happening, it seems like, every day between now and the end of the school year. A few things that I do want to point out. Thursday, May 23rd is elementary open house from 5:30 to 6:30 at all of our elementary school sites. That Friday, the 24th, is no school because it was an unused snow makeup day. So that information has been sent out to families, but I'm sure that everybody will probably need a reminder that they don't need to come to school on the 24th. Also, the 27th is Memorial Day, so district office and schools will be closed on that day. 8th grade promotion is on Thursday, June 6th. Hard to believe, but it's coming up. And then we have our graduation for Tehachapi High School starting on the field at Coy Burnett Stadium at 6 p.m. on the 7th. We also have our next regular board meeting. There's 2 for June. So the first one will be on June 11th, and then the second one will be on Tuesday, June 25th. So all those are listed on the slide. So, and if you haven't RSVP'd yet for one of the upcoming events that you'd like to attend, please let me know so we can plan for you to be there and recognize you. And that concludes my update for this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent Larson Everson. TAT update. Ms. Bowman.
Good evening, President Kaminsky, members of the school board, members of the public, and Superintendent Larson Everson. Larson Everson. I get that wrong every single time. My name is Val Bowman, and I am the president of TAT. The physical and fiscal year are ending, and everything is just around the corner. It's almost done. TAT's thankful negotiations were successfully completed, but we are most grateful as how smoothly each step flowed. For the past 5 years, TAT's goals have been to build positive communication, strong bridges, and relationships with whomever would run the district. This has not always been the case, so hiring this superintendent was a refreshing change of pace. On many occasions, I am so tired, I am so sorry. Superintendent Larson Everson has shared with us her desire to build strong connections within the district, the unions, and amongst the community. She has walked the walk by meeting those goals every year, especially during those COVID years. The incredible amount of hours spent working with CSEA and TAT to get students and staff safely back into schools within the guidelines given by the state of California was no small feat. The superintendent, as well as union leadership, were in near daily conversations and created so many plans related to safety, technology, returning to schools, meals, internet access, and the list goes on and on and on. We had meetings sometimes at 2 o'clock in the morning with Kleenex stuffed up my nose. It was a beautiful, beautiful time. She's always had an open door and an always phone on policy and is always gracious no matter the hour of the day. This has allowed trust to develop. We have open communication, and we've almost eliminated the filing of grievances. In the past 5 years, we have filed less than 4 grievances. The unions and DO are not working under the us versus them mentality, and this has allowed this district to go from the lowest paid in the county, we're in the middle now, which doesn't seem like much, but that's a big deal. There are a variety of district trainings, which is something we've never had before. We have academic coaches, social workers, and programs that TUSD's never had before. We have more going for us now than we've ever had before. So imagine our surprise as the TAT Executive Board was looking through past school board minutes last week, and we saw that only one district employee has yet to receive a pay increase for the 23-24 school year. We realize the superintendent, and any superintendent, this goes for all of them, negotiates their own contract. But even without that process, shouldn't the board give the same level of respect and the 6.5% compensation to the superintendent as was given to all other employees, whether or not the negotiation process is complete? Superintendent Everson, every time I do that, certainly spends the time and puts in the work. That base increase is well-deserved and would publicly show the faith you have in her as your employee. That being said, the curse of being a good leader is that not all people will be pleased all of the time. But the flip is that some will always be pleased. The goal is to find the equilibrium. And for the first time in decades, TAT Executive Board, we believe that the equilibrium has been found. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. CSEA update, Ms. Resendez.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Resendez, and I am the CSEA Chapter President. Our Sunshine proposal is on the agenda tonight. We are looking forward to working with the district to once again create a mutually beneficial agreement. With that being said, CSEA is in full support of the superintendent receiving the same compensation that both bargaining units received. It is not only fair, it is very well deserved. She works incredibly hard and puts in very long hours for our staff and students. Her steadfast leadership got us through some very trying times. Her collaborative approach has resulted in 0 grievances filed by CSEA since she has been our superintendent. Her dedication and commitment to the betterment of our district is inspiring. We are very fortunate to have her as our superintendent. CSEA would also like to thank Mr. Antazari for the hard work he put in to get the CSEA Summer Assistant Program started. This program will be so helpful to our classified employees who do not work year-round. We had 83 classified employees enroll in this program. In closing, I want to acknowledge the dedication and hard work of all of our classified staff, our teaching staff, our administrators, and our parent volunteers. It truly takes a village to make TUSD such a wonderful place for students to learn and excel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Resendez. Is there a PTO update? Board communications. Anyone? I had an item, but I will save it for future items. Let me go.
Oh, sorry, I do have something. Paul, I have something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say that tonight was really nice, and thank you, Deanna, because I know that you do a lot of work, and it was really nice. All the people that were here, they all felt welcome and special. So thanks, Stacy, and everybody that helped. It was nice. Thanks.
Thank you, Clerk Wood. Our next item is item 10, approval of amendment to employment contract, job title superintendent. This item for consideration is the proposed amendment of the superintendent's employment contract. This is the third amendment to the superintendent's contract. The amendment increases the compensation for the superintendent by 6.5%, and she will also receive a one-time off-schedule payment equal to 5% of her base annual salary as revised. These salary changes are consistent with the salary increases received by the certificated bargaining unit and are retroactive to July 1st, 2023. Is there a motion to approve the contract amendment as circulated to the board?
I'll make the motion. Oh,
I'll second.
It was motioned by Clerk
third.
Wood and seconded by Trustee Napier. The board approved the contract amendment as circulated to the board, and this is a roll call vote. Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee DeSorensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0. Next item is, excuse me, I gotta scroll down. Approval of resolution number 01, May 24, authorizing board member absence from the state in excess of 60 days. Board policy 9223 provides that the board may consent to a board member's absence from the state for a total of up to 90 days, which is compliant with Government Code Section 1770G. It's recommended the board approve resolution number 01, May 24, authorizing board member absence from the state in excess of 60 days as presented. And just a brief explanation. Let me see if I have. So in the recitals part of the resolution, Deborah DeSorensen, Ms. DeSorensen is the duly elected member of the governing board of the Tehachapi Unified School District Board, representing Area 4 since 2022. And Ms. DeSorensen has family living out of state and family matters out of state requiring her attention. And 3, Board Policy 9223 would deem a board member seat vacant if a board member is absent from the state for more than 60 days, except with the consent of the board for an additional period not to exceed a total absence of 90 days. Point 5, Government Code Sections 1770G provides that a public office becomes vacant upon a board member ceasing to discharge the duties of his or her office for the period of 3 consecutive months, except when prevented by sickness or when absence from the state with the permission required by law. And 6, the board understands Ms. DeSorensen's need to tend to her family matters and is willing to consent to her absence from the state, not causing her board seat to become vacant for a total absence of 90 days. Now therefore be it resolved that the governing board hereby declares the seat held. We're going to vote on that. I need a motion.
I'll make the
I
motion.
have some questions. Are we
Sure.
allowed to ask questions or?
Sure.
Okay. Does the 90-day clock start now, or has it already begun, or?
Oh, it's 30 days added on to the 60.
Oh, okay, so
So-
the 30 days starts now? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And then question for Trustee DeSorensen. I'm assuming she can hear me. Does she plan to be back within the next 30 days, or do we not? Does she know?
Are you asking me a question?
Yes.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. And then will you notify the board president when you're back? Is that the plan?
Miss President Kaminsky and I have had lots of communication.
I didn't quite get that.
The question was, will
Yes.
you be notifying President Kaminsky when you return to the state?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I know, we've talked, and she's planning to be at the June, first meeting in June.
And then if possible, could you, through the superintendent, provide an update, let us know her arrival or return or whatever within the 30 days?
As long as she's there June 5th, that's plenty of time.
That's fine.
Or, I'm sorry, not June 5th, June the 11th, right? Any other questions from anyone? Okay, so trustee Drew Sorensen, we're going to vote, and you'll need to abstain, obviously. And I'm sorry, who was the motion?
I
I'll
made the
motion.
motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Clerk Wood and seconded by trustee Cooper to approve the resolution. I'm sorry, it's a roll call vote. Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Drew Sorensen.
Aye.
No, she can't.
You have to abstain.
Trustee DeSorensen, can you restate for the record your abstention?
Oh, I said I am present.
You need to abstain. You can't vote on this.
Just, you
Well, I
just need to
didn't-
restate.
I was voting on it. I thought you were taking attendance.
The board is voting on this item, so you would just need at this time to state, I abstain.
I say, I recuse myself.
Perfect, thank you.
That'll work. Thank you.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 6-0 with one abstention. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing board hereby declares the seat held by Deborah Drew Sorensen will not be deemed vacant pursuant to Government Code Section 1770G until she has been absent from the state for a total of 90 days. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Trustee Drew Sorensen. Public comments. Public comments will be allowed. The board president will recognize any member of the audience wishing to speak on items not on the agenda, but directly related to school business. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323, the board may limit comments to no more than 3 minutes per person. Public comment will also be allowed on each specific action item prior to board action. The president may allot time to those wishing to speak, but no action will be taken on matters presented, and no discussion of non-agenda items will occur. If appropriate, the president or any member of the board may direct that the matter be referred to the superintendent's office for placement on a future agenda. And I have 2 sheets. First one is Christina Libatique.
I just wanted to share two more good things. So on Friday, we had our Saracoso graduation, and we had 24 students that got their digital marketing and media certificates. It is, I mean, my son got one, but it's just a really excellent opportunity for our students to be able to exit high school with a skill set that, you know, is marketable for them. You know, most of these students are still planning to go to college, but college is expensive. And so this is a good way for them to work while they're in school. Additionally, just the opportunity that we're allowing students to take these college courses that parents like me don't have to pay for is very lovely. And then I also wanted to give a shout out. So that's Mr. G. Mr. G's amazing program, right? He's got these 4 college courses. Kids get these digital media certificate. But I also want to give a shout out to Ned Mino, because we had the best prom of my 10-year THS career. It was so amazing. It was seamless. The kids were wonderful. The people at the AV Fairgrounds, like, they were bowing down at this man's feet over how well this prom was run and how well our students were behaved. So, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Ms. Libatique. Now I have Sherry Verdugo.
I didn't feel like I needed it. But I first want to say thank you, board, for giving our superintendent the raise that she well deserves. So thank you. My name is Sherry Verdugo. I'm a transportation special needs aide. This August, I'll be with this district for 18 years. Within the 18 years, Mrs. Larson Everson is the 5th superintendent that I have worked under. By far, you have been the best superintendent I have had the pleasure to work under. As classified employees, we can feel like we don't matter and that we don't make a difference. But since the day I have met her, she has been so kind to make sure we all feel very like a team, like we matter. I can't tell you how much we appreciate that. Our department is transportation. We have been told for many years we are on our own island. We might be, but she has never made us feel that way. Thank you again. And so she has taken time to listen to our concerns, our ideas. She has done her best to show her appreciation for classified and has made a difference for our school district. I understand the district cannot give Ms. Larson Everson the raise she is worthy of. But with that being said, she deserves a raise, without a doubt. Ms. Larson Everson, thank you for your passion, dedication in leading us towards a better tomorrow. Your leadership is truly inspiring. I just want to leave you with a few quotes, and it says about leadership: if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Before you are a leader, success is all about growing yourself. When you become a leader, success is all about growing others. Great leaders harness personal courage, capture the hearts and minds of others, and empower new leaders to make the world a better place. You, Ms. Larson Everson, are a great leader. I am grateful that I have had the pleasure to be working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Verdugo. Are there any other public comments? Seeing none, will you move? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, Ned, I didn't see you back behind the podium. Yeah, go ahead, Ned.
Okay. The last time I was up here, I didn't figure that out. And last time I was up here, I was asking you guys for a raise, and you gave it to us, so I want to say thank you very much for that. The other thing that you gave with the raise is the stipend for AP teachers, and that's wonderful as well. So it's very nice to be honored that way, and it's already making a difference with our monthly bills. So thank you very much for that. I really, really appreciate it. Also, too, an update with the baseball. I don't know if you heard me talking back there, but I do the announcing for the baseball, and we did lose tonight. So we lost 8-4 to Exeter. So anyway, have a great evening, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Mano. Even if you gave us bad news, it's still okay. Yeah. Oops, let's see. Okay, item 13, consent agenda. In order to promote efficient meetings, the board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together by a single vote through the use of a consent agenda. Consent items may or shall be items of a routine nature and items for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. When any board member requests the removal of an item from the consent agenda, the item shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Any items on there board member wishes to discuss or pull for other discussion?
I don't want to discuss, but I need to recuse myself for the one that we spoke about.
And for the record, which one is that?
The hiring of the coaches.
Oh, okay.
It's number 11.
Number 11.
Number
I thought
11.
that I didn't want to.
Gotcha. Anything else? Okay, except for item 11, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Kelly will make the motion.
I'll second.
There was a motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood, to approve the consent agenda, items 1 through 10. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, we have roll call vote.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood. Aye. Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee DeSorensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney. Aye. Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0. Item number 11 is approval ratification of public employee appointment, certificated personnel report. Skip down to public employee appointment, classified report, and public employment release, resignations, probationary release, and retirement. I need a motion to approve item number 11.
Kelly, I make the motion.
I'll second it. It was moved by Vice President Kelly and seconded by President Kaminsky to approve item 11 of the consent agenda. Roll call vote, Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood. I'll recuse myself. Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee DeSorensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney. Aye. Thank you.
Motion carries 6-0 with one recusal. Item 14, Superintendent, information item. Oh, we pulled that one, sorry. Item 2, information item, California Healthy Kids update. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. This evening, Mrs. Paxton, our Chief Administrator of Instructional Services, is going to provide a brief update to you on the most recent TUSD California Healthy Kids survey results that include responses from students, parents, and staff. And she's also going to speak a little bit about capturing kids' hearts data that's been collected as well. So, Mrs. Paxton.
Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. So our students in grades 5, 7, 9, and 11 participate in the California Healthy Kids Survey. We also administer the California Healthy Kids Survey to parents through Parent Square and then also to our staff members. This allows us to gather data on school climate and social emotional health of students. Data from the California Healthy Kids Survey helps to measure progress and impact on current SEL strategies and climate efforts. Through the California Healthy Kids Survey, TUSD is able to gain additional information about our students, such as their routines, such as when they go to bed each night, whether or not they eat breakfast before they come to school, and get their perspective about our schools and their experiences within our schools. So the participation rate this year, we had about 23% of our eligible 5th grade students participate in the California Healthy Kids Survey. For 5th grade students, we sent home information to parents and they have to opt their child into the survey. So typically 5th grade participation is lower than in the other grades. For our secondary students, we had about 59% of eligible 7th, 9th, and 11th grade students participate. And this is an opt-out model. So again, we send information home to parents, and then they return the permission slip or the opt-out form saying they do not want their child to participate in the survey. And then also we send the survey out to all staff members through email. Many of our sites ask staff members to participate or complete the survey during staff meetings. And then we send home the survey to parents through Parent Square, and we do this multiple times during the opening window. And this happens every February. And so at this time, I'm going to go over some of the results of our California Healthy Kids Survey. I have the metrics for the last 3 years. Okay, seems like something happened. I don't know with the formatting. But we have 2022 on the left-hand side, 2023 in the middle, and then 2024 on the right. And so for school connectedness, students are asked questions or a series of questions such as, do you feel close to people at this school? Or are you happy to be at this school? And students rate how they feel. For academic motivation, questions are similar to, do you finish all your school assignments? When you get a bad grade, do you try even harder the next time? For social emotional learning, students are asked questions such as, does your school help students resolve conflicts with one another? Does your school teach students to understand how other students think and feel? For fairness, students are asked, do their teachers or other adults on campus treat students fairly? Do they think that the rules are fair? And are students treated fairly when they break a school rule? Which is similar questions for if they're treated with respect. Do they feel like the consequences given are fair when they break a rule? For school safety, students are asked to rate how they feel or if they feel safe at school, or do they feel safe when they're coming to or from school, if they're walking or riding the bus. For school boredom, the survey asks students to rate their boredom, and they give options such as no, never, yes, some of the time, yes, most of the time, or yes, all of the time. And about 9% of our students said no, they are never bored at school. As for high expectations, students are asked questions such as, do teachers and grown-ups tell you when you do a good job? Or do teachers believe you can do a good job and want you to do your best? For wellness, students are asked, do you feel good and happy? And they're given options such as no, never, yes, some of the time, or yes, most of the time, and yes, all of the time. For home supports and involvement, students are asked, does a parent believe that you can do a good job and want you to do your best? Or does a parent ask about your school, your schoolwork, your grades, or check your homework? And then there were questions about alcohol and drug use. So wanted to measure students' perception of alcohol, marijuana, cigarettes. And they were given options for each one to say, no, they're not bad, yes, they're a little bad, or yes, they're very bad. And then it asked students about if they've ever smoked, vaped, tried alcohol. And student responses, about 21% of our 5th grade respondents said that they've had 1 or 2 sips of alcohol. 1% said they've tried marijuana, and 4% said that they've used an inhalant to get high. And then there's questions about anti-bullying climate. Questions included, grown-ups make it clear that bullying is not allowed, so they give options to rate if that's true at their school. If you tell a teacher that you've been bullied, will the teacher do something to help? And students from your school try to stop bullying when they see it happening. So interesting responses, and then as we progress through elementary and look at middle and high school, it's interesting to see how the data shifts. But you can see that there are some areas where we did make improvements, others where we went down a little bit, and then things that were really kind of just staying consistent from year to year. Okay, for secondary, now secondary, the response rate varied. So 73% of our responses were from 7th graders, 67% were 9th graders, and only 37% were 11th graders. So the survey results are really heavy when we look at 7th and 9th grade, the influence that they had on this survey. So just something to consider that it might not be representative of our upper high school students. So for school connectedness, students were asked, do you feel close to people at school? And about 45% said yes, they do. I'm happy to be at this school. About 25% said yes, they agreed with that statement. And do I feel like I'm part of this school? About 28% of the respondents agreed with that statement. For academic motivation, students were asked if they try hard to make sure that they're good at their schoolwork. And actually about 65% of students responded favorably to that question. I work hard to try to understand new things when doing my schoolwork, and about 40% of our students responded favorably to that question. And then the next one was life satisfaction. Rate your satisfaction with your family life friendships, and school experiences. And most students did rate very favorably for family life and friendship. So I thought that was a good sign because research shows when students do not feel like they have strong relationships with friends and family, that can have a significant impact in their life. As for meaningful participation, students were asked, when at school, do you do interesting activities? 25% of our students disagreed with that statement. They did not feel like the activities were interesting. Students were also asked if they have input on how things work or assignments that are given. And I thought what was interesting, about 60% felt like they did not have enough input. And we talked about learning circles at a previous meeting, and that's also something that came up, or listening circles, at that meeting. So something that we as a district need to look into more. As for school safety, students were asked to rate how safe do they feel when they're at school. Very safe, safe, neither safe or unsafe, unsafe or very unsafe. As for school boredom, they were asked to rate their feeling about or frequency about school being boring. And then also they were asked if they thought school was worthless or a waste of time, and that went into the metric for school boredom. As for high expectations, students were asked questions very similar to our fifth graders. There's a teacher or another adult from my school who always wants me to do my best or believes I will succeed. As for optimism, students were asked, each day do you look forward to having a lot of fun? And about 75% of students agreed with this, so that they do believe that they were having fun during the day. And do they usually expect to have a good day? About 75% responded favorably to that question. As for home support and involvement, if students had the support at home with their schoolwork and activities, about 25% of students felt that their parents feel welcome to participate at the school and that school staff takes parents' concerns seriously. As for alcohol and drug use, students were asked similar questions to our fifth graders, but we did have a more frequent response on use of those items. So for alcohol, we had about 2% in grade 7, 9% in grade 9, and 22% in grade 11. So we did see an increase of use. And then the next one, facilities upkeep. Students were asked if their school is usually clean and tidy. So the next portion is about parent responses. And so it's just kind of interesting about parents versus students versus staff. But parental involvement, parents were asked if the school promptly responds to phone calls, messages, or emails, and about 50% of the time. Actually, this was a very favorable question, but when they took all of the metrics and generated parental involvement, it was about 51%, which was consistent with 2023. Learning environment, parents were asked, does the school promote academic success for all students, give students opportunities to make differences by helping one another, the school, or the community? As for caring adults, the school has teachers who go out of their way to help students, has adults that really care, and encourages the care about how others feel. For SEL responsiveness, the school provides quality counseling to meet the SEL needs of students. And that was, although we did decrease a little bit, that was a high metric for us. Students treated with respect. Parents were asked to rate if all students were treated with respect or respected one another. And then also for substance abuse, based on their experience, how much of a problem at this school is tobacco, vaping, alcohol, and drug use. And actually parents rated that in the low range or insignificant. For facilities upkeep, is the school clean and well maintained? And the last one, parents are asked if they believe that the school is a safe place for their student. And so the last one was a staff metric, which I thought is interesting because, you know, at home we can feel like with our own kids that we're doing X, Y, and Z, and then you ask your student or your child says something like, well, you know, you never do this, and you're like, what? I've been doing this. And so a lot of the questions our staff really rated high, much higher than our students. So I thought that was really interesting that we might need to do a better job of telling our students exactly what we're doing and why they're doing it so that they're more aware of it. On our respondents, about 70% of the respondents were teachers and 20% of the respondents were classified or other staff members. So it's heavily made up of teachers. For parental involvement, staff was asked if the school is welcoming and facilitates parental involvement. Does the school encourage parents to be active partners in educating their child? And staff members overwhelmingly said, yes, we do that, we do that. For the learning environment, staff was asked, is the school an inviting place for students to learn? Over 90% of our staff members agreed with this statement. Staff was asked, do we help students when they need it? Again, 90% said yes. Teaching students lessons with relevancy. So do we believe that what we're providing to our students is relevant? And 90% of our staff members said, yep, it is relevant. We do intentionally add relevancy to our instruction. Caring adults. Do adults really care about every student at the school? Do they listen to what students have to say? And do they acknowledge and pay attention to students? And staff responded favorably to that. And it's evident every time we have presentations that our staff do really care about our students. For SEL responsiveness, does the school encourage students to feel responsible for how they act? Encourage students to understand how others think and feel, and are taught that they control their own behavior. As for students treated fairly, the school handles discipline fairly, the school rules are fair, and the school clearly informs the students that will happen if they break the rules. And staff, again, overwhelmingly said, yes, we do all of those things. And that was a higher response than what the students did, but you know, for those of you that are educators, you're like, it's posted on the wall, it's posted in your handbook, you know, but students don't always agree with that. Let's see. Substance abuse. How much of a problem is alcohol and drug use? So actually, I thought this was interesting. 73% of our staff members said it's insignificant. For students enrolled in this school, how much of a problem is vaping? And 66% of our staff members said insignificant. But I will say, as you got to looking at responses at the high school, it changed a little bit. Facilities upkeep, is the school well maintained? And then safety, staff was asked if this school is safe for students. Okay, so that was a summary of the California Healthy Kids Survey, but we do also have a new survey that we've implemented this year through the Capturing Kids' Hearts platform. This will be a survey that will take place 3 times a year, once in the fall, once in the mid-year, and then at the end of the year. And so we implemented the survey the first time mid-year, and that's the results I'll be going over with you tonight, because our 3rd survey is currently open and has not closed yet, so we don't have the finalized data. But this is replacing our Panorama survey that I've talked about in previous years. So the Capturing Kids' Hearts survey not only measures our implementation of Capturing Kids' Hearts, but also provides data about our school climate. So it does survey more students than the California Healthy Kids survey, because all of our students from grades 3 through 12 participate in this survey. So I feel like it gives us more data than the California Healthy Kids survey. And this survey also goes out to staff and parents, so similar to the California Healthy Kids survey in that way. And so on my chart, in the parentheses, I I have the baseline for the survey, and that's generated by the National Showcase Schools. So that is the data point that we're trying to meet or exceed. And you can see Ms. Marquison kind of talked about this in her presentation as well. And many of the metrics were very close to the National Showcase School, and in some areas we've exceeded that. So just a couple of questions from the Capturing Kids' Heart survey. Are students comfortable talking to a teacher about a problem? You can see in elementary, they're like, yes. They probably share too much sometimes, right? And then my teacher cares and respects me. That was rated very high elementary and still pretty high for secondary. My teacher treats me nicely. Students at the campus treat others respectfully. And that was, I thought, pretty good at both sites. We're very close to that National Showcase School metric. My teacher encourages me to do the best I can. Again, secondary, 3.2, really close to meeting that National Showcase metric. And I like going to school most days. I thought, wow, secondary, like they're the kids that tell us they want to stay home the most, and they're just about right at that that National Showcase metric. And then, do I like my teachers? And elementary exceeded the National Showcase baseline. So just some takeaways from the two surveys. For elementary, we know that students are comfortable talking with their teachers, that students believe that their teachers care about them and treat them nicely. Students like their teachers, and that adults have high expectations of their students, their staff members at the school, and their parents. And we know that students have adequate support at home. For secondary students, we know that teachers encourage students to be the best they can be. We know that students are treating one another respectfully. Students' perspective of facilities upkeep has improved, so that's something that we can share with Mr. Gilbert, and that school safety has increased. So next steps. So data from the California Healthy Kids Survey and Capturing Kids' Heart Survey will be used in new action items or to measure the effectiveness in our program in our LCAP document. And then each of the school sites use these metrics in their SIPSA, which we'll be reviewing in June. And then I did note in there that we use listening circles as another data point for us to hear directly from students on their perspective of our school, what is the climate like, and that just helps to reinforce what's in this surveys, or to bring up something that was not necessarily surveyed there and still needs to be addressed. And that's all I have for you. If you have any questions for me.
Yes.
Okay.
On the Healthy Kids Survey, the 23% participation, was there any significant difference in among the schools?
As in participation? Right. Well, I will say we had an increase this year in Golden Hills. Last year, we did not have enough participation to generate a student report. So we worked really hard with Mrs. Bailey and the 5th grade team to make sure that we did have a higher response rate, that we could get a report. It's really difficult in the 5th grade to get people to opt into this survey. They're concerned about the questions that are on it, although they can view the questions online.
I think that's left over from when we had to do our own specials part of the survey, as dictated by Office of Civil Rights, that ended about 5 years ago. And there's probably some carryover if they've had older kids that were around then.
Yeah, and I just like CASP, we're working to change the culture around that. And at school site councils, the principals are talking about the results of the California Healthy Kids Survey because it is a metric that they're including in their SIPSA. So hopefully as that memory fades away, then people will realize that it's important and we use it.
Right. And then have the principals had a chance to look over the data?
Well, it's all been shared with them. I don't know if they've had it. I mean, it's
Okay.
pretty lengthy reports, and they
Right.
have more than one because there's the student report, parent report, and then the staff report. And in fact, we just got our latest report from the district, or for the district, about where we compare to the state norm. So it's not included in this report because I think I got that yesterday.
And my opinion, since we're getting more participation with the Capturing Kids' Hearts surveys, I don't know if it's a possibility to stay with that and not do the other one.
Well, one thing I will say is a difference,
Because-
and I thought is really important with the California Healthy Kids Survey, is that we get to see kind of some trends like bedtime, right? We don't see that in Capturing Kids' Hearts. Do kids eat breakfast? Are kids home alone after school? What's the percentage of our students that are home alone? So, and it's broken down by like male, female, ethnic group. So you get a lot more data in California Healthy Kids Survey. So I think it's good to have both.
Okay, well, that triggers a memory. So about a year ago, I was very concerned with the bedtime at secondary level, and I would have liked to seen that data as well this year.
I actually have it in my notes, I could tell you.
Okay,
Yeah, it's about kids are going to bed between 9 and 11, the majority of students. And for elementary, the majority are going between 9 and 10. So,
okay. If you could send me and any other board member that's interested, the precise percentages and
Sure.
last year's data, you know, just on bedtime, I was appalled last year, so,
yeah.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Item number 3, discussion and potential board action to approve the formation of a limited-term ad hoc board committee on student cell phone usage. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. So as you all are aware, there's been prior conversation on multiple occasions about cell phone usage. So a limited-term ad hoc committee is composed of no more than 3 trustees. The proposed or potential board ad hoc committee could form for a limited term. And based on Ed Code, because there's going to be a change in the board, that limited term has to end before new board members could potentially be joining the board. So it's drawn up at this point to terminate on November 30th, 2024, or before, and with the purpose to develop a plan to collect community input on the issue of students' usage of cell phones in school. So the ad hoc committee may gather data and community input by, for example, attending existing TUSD committees such as the Citizens Task Force, Facilities Advisory Committee, School Site Council meetings. They may also wish to establish community forum events, and all the committee's activities would be intended to gather information to then bring that data and information back to the board as a whole and share that with the board and the public. So in alignment with Board Bylaw 9130, the board may nominate and approve trustees to serve on a limited-term ad hoc committee on student cell phone usage if that is the direction that the board would like to go.
Anyone have a comment? Vice President Kelly.
Yeah, I think I'm for this. Yeah, I think we need as much community input as we can. Not to mention, obviously, staff as well. So, yeah, I'm on board.
I as well. I dug up an article. I've got 2 extra copies if any trustee wants them on, it was something from the Washington Post dated May 1st, how a Connecticut middle school won the battle against cell phones. And I'd love to talk to the principal because there were some procedural things I was curious about that weren't addressed in the article. but I definitely think we need as much input as possible, and some of the concerns are addressed in this article, that common concerns parents have. Anyone else?
I do not want to be on the committee, but I do agree with Vice President Kelly that staff, specifically teachers, need to be involved in this very heavily to get their input on this, because they know what's going on in the classroom. We don't. So please make sure that they're surveyed through whoever that process is, but engage them in that for sure.
Any other comments? Other than,
I also think it's a good idea. I just think we're going in the right direction with this, and getting everybody involved. And that's probably what your article is, taking some of the steps for us to follow.
not so much. It's
No?
the results and the
Oh.
students' feelings
Okay.
that gave input along with staff.
All right.
Anyone else? Any volunteers to serve on the committee?
Kelly will.
I will, except I will have any meetings we have in the rest of this month or in June, I'll have to be either on Zoom or FaceTime, most likely, unless we can combine it with a day I'm here for one of the academic activities between now and the last day of school, as I'll be out of town with my wife's situation. Anyone else? Be nice to have one more, but no more.
Why not?
Thank you, Trustee Cooper. So we have self-nominated Trustee Cooper, Vice President Kelly, and President Kaminsky. And I'm going to ask for a motion to approve that committee.
I'll motion.
Second.
It was moved by Trustee Sweeney and seconded by Trustee Napier to approve the board ad hoc committee with its limited term and ending in November 30th or earlier, and commencing immediately after the vote. All in favor roll call vote.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Sorensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes 7-0. Information item, acknowledge receipt of initial proposal from the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 466 to the Tehachapi Unified School District for a successor agreement. This notice is being provided pursuant to Government Code Section 3547. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Yes, thank you, President Kaminsky. As you said, this is in alignment with Government Code Section 3547 and is simply an information item to acknowledge on the record and for the public the district's receipt of a initial proposal for successor agreement from CSEA.
And just to verify our conversation, when we did the agenda build, the entire CSEA contract is open, but these are the articles that they wish to. All right?
Correct.
Very reasonable. Any questions from the board or comments? Anything else, Superintendent, on this?
Not on this one, that we have a few items that follow. Okay, item 5, public hearing on California School Employees Association and its Chapter 466 initial proposal to the Tehachapi Unified School District for a successor agreement. This public hearing is pursuant to Government Code Section 3547.
So at this time, I close the regular portion of the meeting and open it up for public hearing at 8:19. Anyone from the public? With that, I go to item 6, public hearing on attached Unified School District's initial proposal to the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 466 for a successor agreement. This public hearing is pursuant to Government Code Section 3547. Any public comments? Seeing none, move to item 7, approval of Tehachapi Unified School District's initial proposal to the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 466 to begin negotiations for a successor agreement. This notice is being provided pursuant to Government Code Section 3547. Any questions or comments from the board?
I have a comment.
Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you. So the district's initial proposal was developed with input from management, and the district desires to reopen a few articles intended to support our classified team members as well as our students. And further, we just want to express how much we appreciate and value the respectful and collaborative relationship that we have with CSEA, and look forward to returning to the bargaining table with our CSEA leadership team and our district team.
Thank you very much. It is recommended that the board approve, I'm sorry, are there any questions or comments on the proposal? All right, it is recommended that the board approve Tehachapi Unified School District's initial proposal to the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 466 to begin negotiations for a successor agreement pursuant to Government Code Section 3547 as presented. Do I have a motion?
Kelly makes the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Trustee Sweeney that the board approve Tehachapi Unified School District's initial proposal to the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 466 to begin negotiations for a successor agreement pursuant to Government Code Section 3547 as presented. Roll call vote. Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Du Sorensen.
She notified me at 8:22 that she needed to sign off.
Trustee Du Sorensen absent. Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Thank you.
Vice President Kelly is just reminded me that we were supposed to come out of public hearing before that vote, so we are out of public hearing. We were out of public hearing at 8:17. Thank you, Vice President Kelly. Item 8. I'm sorry, that motion passed 6-0 with one absent. Number 8, appointment of labor negotiators. The board will consider and possibly take action to appoint one or more labor negotiators to represent the board during 2024-2025 negotiations with the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 466. The board will identify in open session any representatives designated. Proposed negotiators, Superintendent Stacy Larson Everson, Hojed Intezari, Chief Administrator of Business Services, Candace Bedoyan, DW Kaag Legal Counsel. Any questions or comments from the board? Government Code Section 54957.6 provided, notwithstanding any other provision of law, a legislative body of a local agency may hold closed sessions with the local agency's designated representatives regarding the salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of its represented and unrepresented employees, and for representative employees, any other matter within the statutory provided scope of representation. It is recommended the board approve the appointment of labor negotiators. The board will consider and possibly take action to appoint one or more labor negotiators to represent the board during the 2024-2025 negotiations with the Tehachapi Association of Teachers and California School Employees Association and its Chapter 466. I've already identified the representatives designated. Do I have a motion to approve the appointment of labor negotiators?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by trustee Sweeney, seconded by trustee Napier. The board approve the appointment of labor negotiators. Superintendent Stacy Larson Everson, Hojana Tazari, Chief Administrator of Business Services, and Candace Bedoyan, DWK Legal Counsel, as presented. Roll call vote. Ms. Barnes. I'm sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item 9, approval of Citizens Task Force nominee for 2024. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you. The district seeks approval of a Citizens Task Force, or CTF, member to serve on behalf of Tehachapi High School. This nomination fills the current THS representative vacancy on the CTF, and as you may recall, the CTF is designed to serve in an advisory capacity, and they can make recommendations to the board and provide input on TUSD programs and services. And the membership of the Citizens Advisory Committee is intended to reflect the diversity of our community and represent diverse viewpoints as well. Thank you.
So it's been proposed that the governing board approve the nominee as presented on the attachment to serve on the Citizens Task Force. Nominations were made by school sites and civic organizations in addition to a request for each board trustee to appoint a representative. Do I have a motion?
Kelly makes a motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood. The board approved the Citizens Task Force nominee for 2024 as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Superintendent. Business, Mr. Intezari. Number 1, acceptance of audit report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. It's my pleasure to present and discuss the year-end results of the independent audit report for the 21-22 fiscal year. The district's auditors, Christy White, have completed the fiscal audit for 21-22 and have issued the Tehachapi Unified School District with an unmodified opinion, which means the district was found to have complied in all material respects with the laws and regulations by the state of California and the requirements provided in the 21-22 Guide for Annual Audits for K-12 Local Education Agencies and State Compliance Reporting. Findings of weakness performed over the testing of internal controls did not individually or cumulatively materially impact the financial statements reported. So in English, what that means is that the actuals that I report to you at the September regular board meeting, when we close the books, can be relied on. They did not have to modify in any respect our financial information. Given that we are a government entity, we are subject to the auditors provide an opinion not only over the financial statements, but also over compliance over state awards as well as federal awards. So if I can just direct you to the audit report that is attached to page 81, labeled the summary of auditors' results for the year ended June 30, 2022. This can be viewed as the report card. Page 81 of the actual document, not of the PDF. No, you got it. This? Yeah. Yeah, so like that's not page 1, that's the cover page. See what I mean? Okay. So, so as you can see under financial statements, does everyone have at least in front of them? The type of auditor report issue unmodified. There were no material weaknesses over internal controls identified, no significant deficiencies reported, and no instances of non-compliance that were material to the financial statements. So what materiality means is that would it impact your decision when looking at the financial statements? So that's over the financials, and then looking at the federal awards, the second opinion that they provide is that there were no material weaknesses identified over internal controls or significant deficiencies reported. Also an unmodified opinion over federal awards. There were no audit findings disclosed required to be reported. And below you'll see that they tested 2 separate programs, Education Stabilization Fund discretionary grants. We call that COVID money. And then the next program would be the Child Nutrition Cluster, so just the National School Lunch Program. So those are the programs they tested. And so in all material respects, met not only the financial reporting requirements, but also the federal compliance requirements over these programs. Where it sees auditee qualified as low risk, no. Obviously, that's because of our challenges in being behind in reporting. As you'll see, we've caught up once we get to the second agenda item on this report. But this is all good news. State awards, same thing. No internal control, no material weaknesses over internal controls, no significant deficiencies. We did have a finding, and I can show you that on page 84. And it was specific to the school accountability report card, and really just due to a clerical error. It was just misreported on the facility, the results of the facility inspection tool. We did not give ourselves enough credit, and sometimes they can be confusing. You know, if you're looking at when the auditors are looking at the school accountability report cards this year, they're looking at last year's report, which is based on information that came from the previous year. But we have responded and said that we will, once those school accountability report cards are prepared, that my office will make sure to double check that information, that it's being reported accurately for the right year for each school. Any questions? That's about it.
Do I have a motion that the board accept the audit report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022 as presented?
I'll motion.
Kelly, a second.
There's a motion by trustee Sweeney and seconded by Vice President Kelly to accept the audit report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022 as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item 2, acceptance of audit report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The district auditors have also completed the fiscal audit for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2023, as well as issued an unmodified opinion stating that the financials reported when we close the books can be relied upon by any stakeholders. So that includes the school board, the public, any financial institution, etc. So going to page 82, go back to the report card or the summary of auditors' results for the year ended June 30, 2023. Very similar. No findings of internal control material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. No instances of non-compliance material to the financial statements for both our financial statements and the federal awards and the state awards. For the 2022-2023 fiscal year, the auditors tested the Title I program as well as our COVID dollars without any significant deficiencies found. In relation to state awards, the internal control, there were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies over the state award controls, but we did have a finding. This is related to page 85. And this is related to classroom teacher salaries. This is a current common finding currently among school districts due to the significantly increased retirements that are being experienced, right? So your more expensive teachers are falling off the books and you're getting newer teachers, as well as the unprecedented one-time funding that districts have experienced. We only missed it by less than 1%, so that does demonstrate that the district is pushing forward and making sure to be competitive, as our TAT president, Ms. Val Bowman, presented support for what the district has been doing, whether it's salaries and all those other additional supports. And even though those don't qualify, those expenses as in the classroom, it does not mean that they're not going towards supporting our students. So the waiver is currently under review, but the fact that we missed it by less than 1% demonstrates that we're spending in the classroom, doing a really good job despite the unprecedented funding. So once those dollars dry up, you'll see that we are meeting that requirement. Well, it's actually not a requirement, but it says that the school districts should be expending a minimum, but which we are. Any questions?
That time, did we have any positions that weren't filled for any length of time that might change that .89?
For the teacher positions?
right.
No, we did have
Maybe a long-term
we had like
sub or
20
something?
retirement, 20 vacancies, I think, to fill that year. So
right.
the fact that we missed it by less than 1%, frankly, a miracle.
Right.
Correction, 40 vacancies out of 206, I think, teacher FTE, so.
We did have a
Thank you, Mr.
gap.
Nazarian. Thank you, Dr. Romero.
I think there was a gap in, we added a PE teacher, because this was for last year, correct? So we
Correct.
added a PE teacher at the high school, but that took a little time.
Right.
Once the numbers flushed out at the beginning of the year, so there
That's
was probably a couple of months where that
Would've been-
salary was not in place.
Might
It
have
was
still
a
been
sub.
under the 55, but by even a smaller percentage. All right. Thank you, Mr. Nazarian. We need to vote. It's recommended the board accept the audit report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023 as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board accept the audit report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023 as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Number 3, approval of agreement between Catapult K-12 and Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The district is looking to update its website and transition to a new platform. After extensive research, Catapult K-12, which specializes in website content management for K-12 schools, was selected because of their specialization as well as features that include parent square integration, dedicated staff intranet, and an appealing visual theme to support our desire to provide effective access to information through a clean and attractive website. The agreement would be for 3 years at a cost of $21,399 for the initial transition and setup, followed by $12,000 for the 2025-2026 year, as well as $12,000 for the 26-27 year, all funded from the budget allocated to the Technology Department for Professional Services. This would begin next fiscal year. We seek your approval to enter into this agreement.
Any questions or comments from the board? I'll comment that I know the superintendent's been working on that, getting the new colors and stuff, and so this will be a welcome addition. Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the agreement between Catapult K-12 and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented?
All motion.
Kelly, a second.
Motion by trustee Sweeney, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approved the agreement between Catapult K-12 and the Tehachapi Unified School District as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Number 4, approval of the agreement between Terrio Physical Therapy and Fitness and Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Terrio Therapy Fitness is a contractor that specializes in physical therapy and athletic training. The district seeking to engage the contractor to provide a certified athletic trainer, or ATC, for an estimated 6 hours a day, but for approximately in the afternoon to evening time for athletics, 2:30 to 8:30 p.m., but flexible to accommodate the athletic schedule needs. For all boys and girls athletics at Tehachapi High School, this would include practice and game coverage, providing injury clinics to coaches and staff as necessary. The ATC will also be responsible for supporting the athletic department in regard to injury prevention, injury evaluation, immediate care, rehabilitation, reconditioning, and concussion protocol management. The ATC would also be responsible for administrative responsibilities related to athletics, such as an emergency action plan development, as well as implementation and collaborating with the athletic director, coaches, and staff and local agencies to meet our students' needs. The terms of the proposed agreement would begin July 1 through June 30, 2025. So July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2025. So next year at a flat rate of $40 an hour, not to exceed $70,000. The services would be funded by the funds allocated to Tehachapi High School for athletics related to professional services, and we seek your approval to enter into the agreement.
Any questions or comments from the board?
I have a couple.
Yeah, go ahead. Trustee Napier.
It says provided by the district on the, I think it's the last page here, training room, monetary commitment to provide materials such as tape, rehab equipment, and athletic training room equipment. Are we equipped properly to kind of meet their needs already, or is there going to be some kind of a upgrade to the facility to meet those needs?
Yeah, that was something that I had asked the contractor. They're just essentially saying we need the space, and more of the focus on that was that to kind of highlight the fact that we would have to provide the supplies, the tape. I don't know what else they use other than tape. It just seems like a lot of tape.
Yeah.
But that kind of equipment for them and just a dedicated space. We do have a space where they already get taped, but I think it's just more of that knowing that we would have to provide some of these supplies and an area for them to work, but not necessarily like a dedicated office or anything.
Okay. Second question, is this like a dedicated kind of boilerplate template that they use for schools like ours? Or was this tailored to our district or our facilities or our athletics? And did you consult with like football coaches, baseball, softball, basketball? Did you talk with them about ensuring that there was all the services that they needed?
Yes. Okay. There were two parts to that question. Sorry, I didn't. The second part of your question was, did we consult? And yes, we spoke to the athletics department because, and they've reached out to their coaches, and they're very excited, more so to relieve that burden from them. It's also a responsibility that we're kind of expected to fulfill. I know that in the past there have been medical professionals in the community have dedicated their time, but there's also that has been expressed that there's a risk that they take on as a volunteer. So here as a professional, they are taking on that responsibility. When I informed the baseball coach, I was just driving by, they had practice, and he had brought this up to me a while ago. And so after kind of working this out, his words were, "You made my day." So yes, and then your first question was about the contract. That's right. So they had provided their contract, and we had revised it to our professional services standard agreement to include additional things that weren't on there. And we did run it by them to make sure that they're okay with this agreement that stipulates other criteria. And their insurance has been vetted through our school, our CISC, our insurance carrier, to make sure that it meets all the requirements. Yes, so that's kind of the work that we put in before.
That's perfect. Thank you. I think this is fantastic. I've actually heard over the years of living here that some schools and different sports were actually apprehensive to come play here, because they knew that unless there's like a random paramedic dad in the stands, they weren't sure if there was actually some professional on site. So this is fantastic. I think it shows the kind of the professionalism of our programs. So I thank you for taking the lead on doing this. I'm curious how you, if there's girls softball going on, boys baseball going on, how do they? Is it one person just like waiting for a phone call and they're just gonna run to the field, or are they going to be at every dedicated event, or how does that work?
Yes, so I asked the same question. And so the way it works is that through coordination with the athletic director, they would kind of coordinate their schedule. And, if you have a baseball game and or let's say a football practice and I'm really bad at knowing my high school sports, so
Volleyball.
I'm not sure. Okay,
Volleyball,
volleyball, a football game and a volleyball practice, they would know to dedicate their time, like where they would have to be. And so sometimes there might be that they are at a practice that is more, where they are needed. But we would be essentially, Terrio would be hiring one ATC, and that person would be dedicated to our district. And, but they would just coordinate through the athletic director.
And I'm
Great,
sure they're
thank you.
equipped with radios. Whoever the site manager is on the admin side would have a radio to contact.
I would assume that they would use a cell phone, but I could ask.
Yeah, either way, but I have a question.
Thank you.
On concussion protocols, it's my experience as a football official over the years that I can't think of one referee that I worked with that if there was a concussion and the player was removed from the game, they would not care, doctor, EMT, coach, if they were told this player can come back in the game to protect the officials, the answer was no. So I'd like to know if the Terrio person, are they going to have any kind of priority? I mean, the officials they run the game. I'm thinking of football, of course, but.
I'm probably not suited to answer the question of the details in terms of the athletics. I can
But if you
find
could
out.
pass that on, I'd be shocked if an official, no matter how slight, they are not going to take that risk of liability. And I can tell you a story from a Kern County High School a number of years ago, just when the start of this protocol was taking place. A coach told the official on his sideline that his player that had been removed from the game is okay and could come back. The official took one look at that kid and said, absolutely not, and they raised a big fit. Well, later that night, we found out that the student had a seizure and had to have emergency brain surgery that night. That official saved that young man's life. That's why I bring this up. I don't want any official in any sport overridden by a person who's basically a trainer. Nothing against him, but.
No, I certainly understand. That's why we were recommending specifically an athletic trainer, someone that specializes in this area, more to focus on the student safety. I mean, as much as we like winning football games or any kind of competition, student safety comes first.
Absolutely. It's just not worth it. And the kid will be upset, but, and I've rarely come into contact with coaches that wanted the kid to come back in. Anyway.
And that's certainly the benefit of, hiring a professional. We transfer the liability and that responsibility to a professional. And
Well,
while we're not
see, I'm gonna-
completely removed from any kind of liability, it's at least not on a volunteer, it's not on a coach, it's not on someone that, it's on an actual medical professional.
Well, just because we say we're removed from liability doesn't mean we can't get sued. Because I bet we have deeper pockets than, any school district has deeper pockets than physical therapy and fitness outfit. I've lectured enough. So I need a motion to approve the agreement between Terrio Physical Therapy and Fitness and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented.
I'll motion.
Second.
It was motioned by trustee Sweeney, seconded by trustee Cooper. The board approved the agreement between Terrio Physical Therapy and Fitness and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Trustee yeah, I know it says there, but trustee Sorensen isn't here. That's why we had to have a roll call vote. Motion carries 6-0. Number 5, approval of the amendment to the agreement between Follett School Solutions Incorporated and Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Follett School Solutions is the provider of the school library management program Destiny Library Management System and Destiny Textbook Manager. The Destiny system allows school librarians to keep accurate record of when materials are checked out, who they're checked out to, when they're returned. This amendment is necessary to accommodate the addition of Chromebook checkout at each school site. This amendment also correlates with the district's current request to update the school library technician job description included in the agenda under Section 16 for personnel. The terms of the proposed amendment to the original agreement is for additional licensing and hosting fees, the cost of $11,481.14, effective May 1, 2024 through April 2025. The cost of the additional services will be funded by the general fund budget allocated to the Library Services Department for subscription and licensing services. We seek your approval to amend the existing agreement.
Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I need a motion to approve the amendment to the agreement between Follett School Solutions Incorporated and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented.
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
Oh,
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Clerk Wood. The board approved the amendment to the agreement between Follett School Solutions Incorporated and Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries 6-0. Number 6, approval of the Arts and Instructional Materials Block Grant Planned Expenditures. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. As many of you might recall, the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant is a California grant program to provide substantial one-time funding to school districts. This was actually part of the 2022-2023 state budget, but some of you might recall that immediately after they started threatening to take it away. So after the dust settled, the district was entitled to $2,295,366. These funds expire at the end of the 2025-2026 fiscal year, but we saw it as a really good opportunity to make a substantial investment on instruction. Specifically, our goal is to invest the resources to foster creativity, improve academic instruction, enrich student experiences at school, and bring a 21st century learning experience. Next slide. So to start, next slide. Well, go back. We'll talk about it. So these are the planned expenditures. These are the areas that we're looking to invest in: visual arts, performing arts, math curriculum, providing a 21st century classroom, and begin classroom furniture modernization district-wide. Next slide. So here for virtual and performing arts, in combination with the new Proposition 28 Arts and Music in Schools funding. So remember, these two things are separate. That Prop 28 funding is voter approved. So 1% of the education budget of the state is going to go is allocated directly to schools, where 80% of it has to be spent on salaries. This, of a similar name, is a block grant, which means that they gave us one-time funding all at once. And but we're using to also support virtual and performing arts because that funding is specific to salaries mostly, and so this would help us really invest. We're looking to use the money for additional music furniture, instruments, supplies, because arts just has a lot of consumables, right? So the district intends to spend approximately $229,536 regarding this grant towards this goal. Any questions? No? Okay, so next slide. So next, math curriculum. So as you guys know, math curriculum is very, very, very expensive. So we're seeking to strengthen math achievement by investing in district-wide curriculum, specifically iReady Mathematics for elementary and school students and illustrative mathematics for middle school. All of this includes teacher and student guides with digital access, practice books, library boxes, technical support, and professional development. The district intends to contribute approximately $803,379 from the grant towards this goal. To be fully transparent, that's not going to cover the total cost, but it puts a really big dent. I think the total cost, including the professional development, gets up as high as about $1 million. But knowing that math is really important and an area that we want to invest in, this is what we're proposing using this grant for.
Can you give me any, or the board, any more details on the professional development? Not the cost, but what the development.
I probably can't, but Mrs. Andrea Paxton can.
So for illustrative and for iReady Classroom Math, it's 6 touch points during starting this spring to the end of next year. So we want to make sure that all of our staff members have multiple opportunities to participate in professional development. At Jacobson Middle School, half of our current math staff piloted the new adoption, so they have had some professional development through that piloting process, but we are getting new teachers at elementary and at the middle school. So we want to make sure everybody has that really solid foundation in the curriculum, because there has been a shift in the mathematical frameworks, and so that will also be reviewed during the professional development as well.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions on curriculum? No? Okay, moving on. And lastly, this is the part that I'm super excited about. In order to support student learning in the classroom, we're seeking to invest the remainder of the one-time resources into upgrading the classroom learning experience through the purchase of interactive boards and updated classroom chairs, desks, and tables. I don't know if you guys had the opportunity to see, but we had on display here at the district office and over at the school site these desks here. This is called Y5. This is similar, or actually exactly what is at the middle school for the 6th grade wing. We've had really good luck with that equipment. You know, middle schoolers are hard on furniture, but it's really, we haven't had a lot of maintenance or repairs or anything like that. And so this is kind of the first step we're taking into establishing a standard district-wide for furniture. This same type of furniture can be used at the elementary level. There are a few classrooms that I've seen that do have some of these upgraded desks, but it wasn't through district purchase. I think I was told that it was through some PTO funds. The combination of chair and desk is about $350, but we're looking to outfit as many classrooms as possible, starting at the secondary level. That's just, it's the area with really high need. Not to say that certain other school sites don't also have a need, but you know, when we're talking, every kid goes through the middle school, every kid goes through the high school, and so that's kind of why we were looking to invest in that area. We have shared in with different stakeholders. I presented at the Facilities Advisory Committee. We had 5 desks set up right here with chairs. We have them on display over at the high school to solicit input from teachers, and the middle school has the luxury of having seen them at the 6th grade wing. I myself, at least 2 times a year, get random reach outs from teachers that say that they would like to see that in their classrooms. The benefit being, you know, the 21st century classroom has a real focus on collaboration. So as you can see on the left, they can group into 5, but they can also be separate desks. They actually go backwards too. So, you know, some people were saying, well, that's a right-handed desk, but you know, it's a desk. We also have the interactive new lines that we have now began to retrofit district-wide. Chairs, I never knew in a million years how many different options you can get for chairs. But here we're looking to the 4-legged chair for the high school level, and then the cantilever chair would be for the middle school level. Just kind of looking at what is more appropriate for that student. Also considering our custodians and making sure that these chairs stack, that they can be easily organized, that they can kind of withstand the beating that, you know, a middle school and high school student can put on furniture. This significant investment, we're hoping, can kickstart like a refreshment program for student furniture district-wide. The combination for desk and chair is about $350. So you're talking about, you know, almost $12,000 per classroom, or a little more. And so that's significant. But once we can start, you kind of get secondary, as much of it as we can out of the way. Then we can start year by year looking at grade levels and being able to start modernizing the furniture in the classroom. And by the time we get complete through the elementaries, then it might be time to start again at the secondary level. But we're hoping that this would make the classroom furniture modernization kind of a predictable part of the budget where we can dedicate X amount of dollars to make sure that we have a consistent kind of application of furniture. So, if someone says, hey, I need furniture in this classroom based on what grade you teach, or your subject, we know that it would be this type of desk or this type of chair or this type of table. Another investment that we're looking to is certain lab classrooms, like at the high school. It was important to the school that they have stools that have backs. A more comfortable learning environment is a better learning environment. And so, they're surprisingly expensive, but, it does increase, it's not going to get worse in the classroom if we provide better furniture, more comfortable furniture for our students. And so we seek your approval for our plan for the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant.
Any questions or comments from the board? Will this furniture will be put out to bid?
So we would be using a piggyback bid through Arvin Unified School District. We use Sierra School Equipment out of Bakersfield.
Right. My experience, they give excellent service. Thank you. Okay, it's been recommended the board approve the Arts and Instructional Materials Block Grant planned expenditures as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion. Can I have a second?
I didn't hear the first. Okay. It was motioned by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approved the Arts and Instructional Materials Block Grant planned expenditures as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion, any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Intezari.
Thank you very much.
And at this time, we're going to take a short break and return at 9:10. We are restarting the meeting at 9:10. And we're going to item Roman numeral 16, instructional services. Mrs. Paxton. Number 1, information item, request for extended field learning experiences.
Per Board Policy 6153, all field trips that extend 100 miles or more beyond the boundaries of the school district shall be subject to the approval of the superintendent. Listed for the board's information is the superintendent's approval for the following field trips. Jacobson Middle School 7th grade student science incentive trip to the California Science Center in Los Angeles happened today. Tompkins Elementary School, Tompkins Enrichment and Academic Mentoring Program, or team, will attend or visit La Brea Tar Pits tomorrow. And Jacobson Middle School, the other half of the 7th grade students that are eligible for the incentive trip will be traveling to the California Science Center in Los Angeles on Wednesday, May 16th. Also, Jacobson Middle School 8th grade incentive trip will be visiting Dry Town Water Park in Palmdale on May 29th. Tompkins Elementary's 4th grade students will go visit San Fernando Mission in Los Angeles, California on May 31st. Tehachapi High School special education students will visit Taft College for a transition to independent living program informational session on May 31st. And Tehachapi High School senior trip to grad night at Six Flags Magic Mountain in Santa Clarita will occur on May 31st. And Tehachapi High School's senior trip to Santa Monica Beach in Santa Monica, California will occur on June 5th, 2024.
I have a question on the incentive trips.
Mm-hmm.
Are there students that could be turned down?
Yes. Turned down, like they can't
You
participate?
can't go?
Yeah, because it's based on merits.
Okay. Okay. I'm just concerned that, I totally agree, don't get me wrong, but I know there were issues in the past with incentive trips where students could be turned down and possibility of litigation.
Possibility of the location?
Litigation.
Oh, litigation.
You didn't let my son go, it's not fair, blah, blah, blah. You know, and we're talking, not really suspension, but, you know, it's inability, are these paid for? Okay.
You want to talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I hate to be,
We're not charging for them, and it is based on merits. I guess I don't know if we're opening ourselves to litigation, but it's an incentive trip. It's not
Okay.
an academic trip.
okay, okay,
Okay.
thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Item 2, approval of adoption of grades K-6 handwriting curriculum. And I heard a rumor that this went over really well at the EDC meeting.
Oh,
Share that with us,
actually,
please.
yes. Okay, so at the EDC meeting, the Economic Development Committee, I just share kind of what's going on in the district, and I talked about this change in law and that students would again be taught cursive. And yes, standing ovation. I felt very popular there, so.
I thought that Superintendent Larson Everson told me, share that with me on Friday, or Thursday, and, oh, I wish I'd been there.
I felt like I could hold my head up high as I left, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Assembly Bill 466, which was signed into law by Governor Newsom on October 16th, 2023, now requires handwriting instruction to be covered in grades 1 through 6, including instruction in cursive or joined italics in the appropriate grade levels. Teachers and administrators have reviewed curriculum choices and have selected the Zahner-Bloser Handwriting 2020 as the proposed handwriting curriculum. The board previously approved the 30-day public review of this curriculum on March 12th, 2024. Textbooks were on display from Wednesday, March 13th, 2024 through Wednesday, April 24th, 2024. The 30-day review has now passed, and there was one public comment card submitted in total. The public comment card supported the adoption of the Zahner-Bloser handwriting, and comments included praise for penmanship practice in manuscript and cursive handwriting. The proposed curriculum was presented to the Citizens Task Force on April 25th, 2024. The Citizens Task Force members were in support of the adoption of Zahner-Bloser handwriting and voted to recommend the curriculum to the board for adoption.
I have one question. Joined italics, is that what used to be called Danielian?
Yeah, well, actually, Danielian is still around, but yeah, very similar to Danielian.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion the board approve the adoption of grades K-6 handwriting curriculum as presented?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by trustee Sweeney and seconded by trustee Napier that the board approve the adoption of grades K-6 handwriting curriculum as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. Personnel. First read of revised draft job description for library technicians. Dr. Romero.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Good morning. Good evening, board members. So sorry about that. I bring forward to you a revised draft job description that we are asking to make for our library technicians. At the June 13, 2023 school board meeting, the board approved a revised library technician job description. We are bringing to the board a slight revision to that job description with an additional duty, which is indicated in bold and italicized font. After discussion with our current library technicians, technology department, CSEA leadership, and school leadership, the team has identified the student need to change our process for the distribution and collection of Chromebooks at each school site. Currently, Chromebooks are checked in and out by the technology department staff, and parents primarily check out Chromebooks at the technology department office, except for THS when they pick up Chromebooks during orientation. This presents somewhat of an inconvenience for some families, and we believe that our return rates will improve if Chromebook check-in and out procedures are completed at each school site. To make this shift, the additional task of Chromebook check-in and out would be integrated into our library technician job description. This change would be in alignment with our other distribution processes of textbooks at each school site. By adding this task to the library technician at each school, Chromebooks would also be entered in the same cataloging system as other instructional materials, such as textbooks. This would increase ease of access if replacement or repair is needed. In addition, this would assist with creating a more efficient inventory, distribution, and collection of Chromebooks at each school site, and will also be more parent-friendly. With the addition of the duty to the library technician job description, we are proposing to increase the library technician work hours by 1 additional work hour per day at the approximate district-wide cost of $20,000 annually, which includes the cost of the additional hour as well as benefits and retirement expenses. We feel this change and the associated costs will benefit our students and family as well as support TUSD technology needs.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? I'm sure Mr. McKay's happy with this if we approve it. Give you guys time to do what they're supposed to do. Any other questions or comments from the board?
then I will bring it
And
back
then
in June.
We'll see you in June. Thank you, Dr. Romero. Item 18, future items.
I would like to request that we bring Destination Imagination to one of the June meetings,
Okay,
whichever is a lighter schedule on it.
the non-LCAP meeting, maybe?
Probably the second one, I mean, as it comes together, but that would be my guess.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. I emailed Superintendent, Mr. Intezari, Vice President Kelly, and Clerk Wood, along with a gentleman from KCSOS. Give a little background. Each April and September, the superintendent and I, as board president, receive a letter concerning our school's finances as determined by our financial analyst. And I had some major concerns as the September letter noted deficit spending projections for the first, starting this year and the next 2 fiscal years, deficits were in the low 100,000s. And the April 15th letter had it like 4.4 million, 4.7 million, and 5.3 million, I believe. My email basically was, what happened? And I got a call today from someone I've known for over 40 years, Mr. Jeff Payne. He works in the financial business part of KCSOS. He was a stockman at Thrifty Drug on Westchester when I was the assistant manager. He was working his way through accounting at Cal State. Anyway, he got right on the phone with me this morning, and I talked to him actually this afternoon. And he said there's 3 items, and Mr. Intezari, I don't have his email on me, but if I forget one, we'll see if I remember. We purchased 5 new buses. We purchased or it's an escrow anyway, the land behind Tompkins. And the Denison Extension. That's not how he explained it to me, but yeah, you're right, the Denison Extension. Capital improvements. So their concern in the letter was this amount of deficit spending, there should be a plan put in place to see how we're going to lower that, because the district can't survive financially spending more than $5 million a year than they're taking in. So my future item would be, I'd like to see that plan. And unless someone other has a different idea, I would say the first board meeting in August.
Okay, so there were 2 things. When the superintendent, we're glad that the county was able to address your concerns. I think that characterizing it that the district would not be able to spend that is not accurate, because the positive certification demonstrates that even if we were continuing on that path through now and the next 2 fiscal years, the district is still meeting its obligations and has fund balance.
That's correct.
Yes. And now in regard, so it's important to remember under the context that the district started the year with 18 million in unrestricted funds and 10 million in restricted funds, so a total of 28 million. Yes, in fund balance, and the 18 million is part of the reserves, the unrestricted reserves. The other part is that when you're talking about staff as part of a public school district, and especially with the legislation that exists regarding how adjustments to staff, it's not a quick kind of It's something
No,
that
you're right.
requires lengthy,
Right.
time. But we would have to, it's not like an independent decision that a meeting with, our cabinet members. I mean, there's
No,
really looking
I
to significant.
totally understand that.
And so that's why
You're
the
not going to
timeline.
cut $4 million in a year.
I mean, in theory, I guess you
Well,
could.
if you
but
had
the
to,
thing is
yeah,
that
but we don't have to. I get that.
it's
but-
just more so the timeline. By August would not provide any time to meet with anyone, during the
Okay.
summer. We wouldn't be able to really provide a real meaningful response through a plan in that kind of timeline. Perhaps maybe the superintendent can maybe provide a different timeline, but I would think that it's more in like by the spring of the next fiscal year, because we would be spending about 6 months looking at this. The first half of the fiscal year, really analyzing and looking what we can do, because it's not just this yes, this no. There's also, we can move a funding source, or we can change, make an adjustment, or not backfill some positions if there are vacancies. It's just, this is more of a over the course of the year. I mean, obviously, we would have to have something more concrete, like by the second half of the year, but I do think that August is a really short timeline and doesn't really provide for
That's fine.
significant timing. Okay.
How about August telling me when that we can expect that report?
Sure.
That,
I think the
Just trying
good
to be
news
fair.
is that in June, we'll be presenting to the board the LCAP and the plan and the budget plan going into the next year. And then, of course, when we come back in the fall, we'll be looking at we'll know a lot more information than we know right now, right? Like, we don't even have the governor's,
right.
The legislation
That's-
hasn't taken action, so there's,
That's,
writing the
that's
cuts.
what causes me with
Yeah,
concern.
and so just the other point that, I don't know if you mentioned this or not, Mr. Intezari, is that anytime we put these budget documents forward and for the county to consider whether or not they're going to certify us with a positive certification or not, is we have a very conservative approach, right? We're kind of going worst-case scenario and not best-case scenario. Because when we have the windfalls that we'll call them, that we've had over the last several years with ESSER and COVID dollars and block grants and whatnot, when you have more coming in, you spend more. And the board has been making decisions like purchasing property, buses and things like that, when times change, my presumption would be that we wouldn't be bringing those kinds of asks forward to the board, and the board wouldn't be granting them.
Correct.
So, that's when the belt tightening comes in, and obviously, once we start the school year, we'll know how many kids we have, we'll have a better idea about our staffing. Right now, we're still guessing. So, yes, we could come forward with a plan,
Okay,
or an estimation of a plan in August.
Again, my main concern is, anytime you see an article on the state budget, the deficit's worse by billions of dollars. And we can't control what they do to school districts. And we just need to be, if there's a plan in place, hope we don't have to use it. Maybe the economy will turn around. It's not supposed to, but we were also supposed to be in a recession. That hasn't happened. So,
My
just-
concern
my thing
about
was
bringing a
just,
plan that we wouldn't actually, better not to use it. I mean, when we spend 80+% of our money on staff, I mean, you're talking about people's livelihood, the morale, and so these have some really
well,
major
it's-
impacts.
The morale would be devastated if we had to do furlough days that I've experienced twice in the school district.
But when we're
And-
talking about projecting
and-
$4 million
And like our friends in
deficit,
Roseman that got taken over by the county, so they wouldn't get taken over by the state.
we are in no position
I
similar to
I know.
Roseman.
It's just, we've talked before in
Yeah.
private.
So
It's
just
kind of
put
like
into
a child of
context.
the Depression.
We
you know?
started, no, and we completely understand. When, most of us in this room were there in 2008, 2009. But when you're talking about starting the year with 28 million and then having to overspend by 4 million, so the next year starts with 24 million, I feel it's a real responsibility of mine to put those resources forward. I understand it's important to be conservative. So we're conservative with our projections of LCFF. Even though our enrollment has been pretty steady, only recently starting to decline by even less than even less than 0.5%, but we project 1% decline year over year, which the county referred to as conservative. And so those are the kinds of things that we are implementing to make sure. Now, is it scary to see something negative millions? Sure, but when you see that
Billions.
we are not
okay,
in the
the
billions.
state's billions,
No,
we're millions.
specifically Tehachapi Unified School District, because as part of the state's budget, education is being kind of forgiven, and a lot of the other impacts and cuts are going to the other 60% of the budget. And so we certainly understand, but it's a slow-moving process. And while, yes, spending $4 million over what you had that year, not great. But what are we spending it on? We're spending on interventions, on staff, additional
No,
supervision.
we had the money, and we made that as a
athletic trainers,
board decision
buses.
to,
So we do want to maintain those efforts, but we certainly understand that it's not sustainable over 4, 5, 6 years. But those conservative multi-year projections that we bring forward are conservative for a reason. We don't project, but 2 years from now we're going to cut 50 FTE. Those people are here now, and they're part of that projection. So because I also understand the perspective that, well, if it went from negative 100,000 to negative 4 million, what's to stop it from going to negative 8 million, negative 10 million? But we're not there. Those conservative numbers are already in place.
Gotcha.
So, we just really don't want to see that kind of impact throughout the district, because the morale is really important to us.
I think that what's important is the last line in Mr. Payne's email to us says, based on our review, we would view your district as fiscally healthy.
right, I understand.
So,
I want to stay that
and
way.
that's what we're operating on, so we'll be happy to prepare a plan and to give the board an update in August on the development of that plan.
Okay, thank you.
Is that responsive to your request?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Item 19, launch. Ms. Libatique.
Thank you for the moral support. All right, you can hit play. So I thought this was appropriate for our graduation season, that a warrior knows that a great dream is made up of many different things, just as the light from the sun is the sum of its millions of rays. So our kids have big dreams, and they're going to go out and do them with all the pieces that we've put together here, that the community has put together, and their families to put together to support these kids.
Thank you very much. Any public comments for closed session? The item is Public Employee Performance Evaluation Superintendent. Seeing none, I adjourn us at 9:33 to go into closed session. I do not anticipate any action being taken. Do we need Ryan?
No. I sent him on. He had a long, long drive.
We are restarting the open session at 10 o'clock. There's nothing to report out on item 1, public employee performance evaluation. And we are adjourning the meeting at 10 o'clock.